Okay, good afternoon. We'll bring this 4:30 meeting to order. Do we have any need to amend the agenda?
Yes, President Peterson. Staff requests that we remove the meeting minutes from the regular board meeting of August 26th. We'll bring those back at a future meeting. We need to correct an incorrect amount that was listed on the item of 14D2. The correct amount should be 13,858,491.43. Yes, the actual amount should be 13,858,491.43, and the number is 14D2. That amount is correct in the documentation, but was incorrect on the agenda. And then staff would like to request that we move item 15C1 to take place before item 14D2, that the board would hear about the bond implementation update before we go forward with the action item on a related issue. And then I think...
There's any board members that, wow, this is nice mic tonight. Is there any board members that need to have any items pulled?
Well, I was going to mention it at consent, but I'd like to pull items 16A1 and 16A3.
Any others? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I move to adopt the agenda as amended.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Five 146, public employee discipline, conference with legal counsel, 2 conferences with legal counsel, and, another conference with legal counsel. I'll entertain a motion and go to closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. If you're able to stand, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, roll call.
Thank you. President Calvin Peterson,
Here.
Vice President James Forsyth,
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez,
Here.
Trustee Shannon Fredericks,
Here?
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg,
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro,
Here.
Student Board Member Lizzie Okubo,
Here.
Student Board Member Santana Schnitzler, and subbing for Student Board Member at VASE this evening, Serena Boyd.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, there's no action to report from closed session. And now we're on to Superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Peterson. I'm going to turn this over to Gina Wolowitz. Gina, if you would.
Thank you. It gives me pleasure to introduce to you this evening Mr. Aaron Zeevy. Mr. Zeevy most recently served as elementary school principal in the Santa Monica Malibu School District. He holds a master's in educational administration and counseling and a bachelor's in psychology. With over 20 years of experience in educational leadership across both elementary and secondary levels, he brings valuable insight into the early years of learning, helping students remain curious, confident, and empowered. He is committed to creating environments where both students and staff can thrive. His experience managing daily school operations, organizing schedules, and building a strong sense of community are an asset in this role. Aaron is a visible leader who looks to invite the community in as true educational partners. Aaron frequently hosts family nights, cultural celebrations, and school fundraising events. He is also regularly out at drop-off and dismissal, showing his accessibility and connection to the community. His passion for education and his dedication to student engagement positively impact school communities that he serves. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Zeevy to the Ventura Unified Community. His leadership and passion will support our talented staff and help ensure a positive, enriching experience for all students.
Should I speak? Well, yeah. So thank you, board members, dignitaries, district dignitaries. I appreciate the opportunity to lead Sheridan this year and take it to the next level, and really looking forward to building community, enhance our student achievement, and really work on building a school community. So thank you.
Would just like to welcome you. Do you have any family with you here this evening or anything?
I live like an hour away, so, to come here really quick. But no, so I don't have family here
Okay.
tonight. But
Because they're always welcome to.
I do
so.
feel very supported by the district. I've gotten a lot of really warm welcoming. So
Well, congratulations.
thank you so much. Yeah.
I just loved your resume and the work that you've done in creating really warm communities and really being focused, kid-centered on making sure that school is a welcoming place for everyone. I'm really excited. I want to thank you for stepping in. This is kind of an awkward time of the year to have
All
to
good.
switch over, but really thank you for stepping up, and I'm very excited to see what you do at Sheridan Way. It's a
Yeah.
wonderful campus, so I'm sure you'll thrive there.
Thank you, and please know the door's always open if you want to come
Thank
visit.
you.
don't
Thank
have to
you. I've
make an
got,
appointment.
yeah,
Come
one
on
of your
in.
stickers on my water bottle.
Oh, awesome. Good.
I know Sheridan Way.
All right.
Yes, thank you. Welcome to the district. We're excited to have you and appreciate you being willing to step in mid-year. And Sheridan Way is a really, truly wonderful community school, and so look forward to seeing you work with the staff there to make it even better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you for stepping in.
Yeah.
A few months after school started, that's always a challenge for any administrator. So I appreciate you taking on that challenge.
Thank you.
So it's a wonderful little school. It's got a great, community support, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you build up the school.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
So I always like this part because it's almost like an all-star game.
Yeah.
When Gina does the introduction, it's like, oh, come into the court.
Right.
So I think we should have lights coming off and music
Yep.
playing. But congratulations. I think you're going to do a great job.
Thank you so much.
And Aaron, we got a chance to spend some time together at the meet and greet. I
Yeah.
just want to thank you for the passion that you bring. I think you've seen by now the passion that you have in the community, the students and the families and the staff at Sheridan Way. Hope you continue to help promote the wonderful things that they have going on there. And again, welcome.
Thank you so much. All right, you guys have a great night.
Okay, and so we have an opportunity to highlight a couple individuals that I read aloud while we get to see who else has been nominated on the screen. So we have 3 individuals that we just like to highlight. Angie Brandos, Elementary Service Assistant at J. Sarah. Angie continues to go above and beyond to help students not only at their own sites, but other sites as well. The person who wrote this nomination is at a new site this year in a new position as librarian. And Angie has repeatedly gone on her own time to help train this individual to help with library programs, as well as organize and shelve books in the library at that site. They would not have been able to open the library, but for the students here without her incredible help and support. And this individual just sends a heartfelt thank you to Angie. The next individual being highlighted is Diana Montes, Senior Administrative Specialist in Special Education. She's described as being the heart of that department. Diana stands as a beacon of unwavering dedication and exceptional service. Her versatility is unparalleled. She supports 3 vital departments while serving the Executive Director of Special Education, 2 additional directors, numerous colleagues across special education and health services, and the Educational, Therapeutic, and Behavioral Services departments. Her professionalism, empathy, and quiet strength fortify that team, ensuring that VUSD remains a sanctuary of equity and inclusion, and that her legacy of positive change endures. And our last individual to be highlighted is Geneva Bento, Learning Director, Pacific High School. Geneva not only provides academic guidance, but also a personal and emotional support, contributing significantly to the students' and staff success and well-being. One can say that she makes magic happen at PHS. Students and staff can confide and trust in Geneva, making it easier for them to seek help when they need it. Geneva's guidance plays a huge role in ensuring academic success and positive mental health for everyone at Pacific High School. So please join me in celebrating them. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Peterson. Now we move on to student board reports. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I skipped over a huge section. We have a whole bunch of people here to celebrate. Craig, if you would.
Thank you very much, Dr. Castro. As a part of our LCAP, which our first meeting is coming up on November 20th, would love to have all of you there. Goal 2 is about building community and culture on campus, connecting students to our campuses, and one of the ways that we do it is through middle school sports. So middle school sports is an initiative, and I'm going to turn it over to Deidre to highlight the students that are benefiting from this LCAP initiative. Take it away, Deidre.
Trustees, thank you for having us tonight. Before we get started, allow me just about 10 seconds to get everybody organized back here. So if I could have all of the middle school folks just kind of line up against the wall over here, just to make it easier for presentation. Sonia. All right, thank you. Well done, everyone. Athletes follow rules really well, so. All right. The clicker should be, there we go. All right, thank you. All right, well, as Dr. Bayless mentioned, middle school intramurals and athletics does have a component, an initiative in LCAP, but middle school athletics and intramurals has been a long tradition in Ventura Unified School District. However, especially post-COVID, it became more challenging to run and, provide a lot of programming for our students. So as a part of our LCAP meetings and discussions, we learned that we needed to support our middle school programs a little bit more. And I feel really good about this initiative personally, but also professionally, because I was a former intramurals coordinator and middle school coach. Not a great basketball coach, but a decent cross-country coach. But we know through several studies, educational studies throughout the years, that students who participate in extracurricular activities, athletics being one of them, has many benefits for our students. And some of the most prominent benefits are listed here on the screen. Increased sense of belonging, which is directly connected to LCAP goal number 2. Improved physical and mental health outcomes. Higher academic performance, improved behavioral outcomes, lower dropout rates, and a higher percentage of students seek to attend college. So just some of the benefits that are directly connected to LCAP Goal 2. And I just wanted to point out for our audience that you can find this information in our LCAP. It's directly related to Action 2.4. And in this action, it says it includes support to grow student participation in after-school, middle school sports, and during school intramurals. And intramurals usually happens in our middle schools during lunchtime. And the budget, and that is a clickable link for anybody who'd like to click on that later, the budget estimates about $81,000 for 7 schools to support increased participation in these programs. So before I introduce our first speaker, I do want to thank all of them personally. Having been in their shoes as a teacher at a middle school, as a coach, as a coordinator, I know that while the stipend is a nice thank you, they're giving up every nutrition break, every lunch break, and many prep breaks to coordinate all of this. I won't even talk about coordinating transportation. That takes a lot of time, but I just want to thank them. Having walked in those shoes before, I know what dedication, and these are some of the most dedicated and inspiring professionals in our district. So I'm going to turn it over first and foremost to Coach Larry Anter of Balboa Middle School.
Thank you, Deidre. Hello, everybody. So I'm here representing Balboa Middle School. I would like to start by saying I'm also a product of Ventura Unified School District myself. And in the mid-'80s, when I was going to middle school sports had kind of faded out. Somewhere after that, it came back. I've been coaching at Balboa like 15 some odd years, and up until last year, it was completely funded by fundraising that we did for ourselves to have programs. So it's been really nice over this last year plus having that extra support. Our girls team are down there at the bottom, have new uniforms. The boys also have the new uniforms. We got those last year. We were just able to fund uniforms for the volleyball girls. There's 2 teams now. They're trying to do boys volleyball in the spring. In the past, volleyball was like a 1-day tournament, but with the extra funding, we can support coaches that are going to they're doing full seasons. So that has been pretty awesome. The soccer teams was new last year for us, which, we had to get the uniforms. That was another LCAP funded thing. This year we were able to fund the cross-country fees. So as you can see, last year we had about 169 students on the teams, the various programs. This year we're looking at like 158. I'm sure those will change a little here and there. But those are not the only students that are affected. We have a huge student body that loves to come out and support our teams. So it provides opportunities for them to do things after school, safe environment. They can go to the games, cheer on their teammates, faculty come. So just being able to provide these sports engages way more than just the athletes themselves. It gives younger siblings and family friends something to look forward to as far as elementary school kids coming in. My guy Taishin here he's an 8th grader now. As a 6th grader, came in. His older brother was playing for me. He was a practice player the first year. Now he's one of our main guys as an 8th grader. My yearbook students also are involved because it gives them places to go get shots, and they're at the games filming for our yearbook and our video yearbook. So I absolutely appreciate the new funding, and I think it's a great thing that engages tons of students. Mr. Taishin, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Hello, my name is Taishin Minks, and I'm an 8th grader that attends Balboa Middle School. Past funding has helped us replace our old slippery court that caused many injuries for a new one that is much safer. Past funding has also allowed us to get new jerseys that before were a little bit like heavy, and now they're much more breathable. And both of these qualities have made my teammates and I all very excited. If we get funding now, I think I would want to put it to new balls because the ones we've been using now have been being used for quite a while now. Overall, I think that the funding can help schools elevate their programs and get their student athletes prepared for like the next level, being high school. And yeah, thank you for allowing me to be here today and sharing my experiences. Thank you for your time.
All right, we have Anna Kappa and Lily, yeah, but did you want to speak? Carly Walker, our coordinator from Anna Kappa, can't be here because she's at the gym supervising athletics. So Ms. Lansky is going to fill in and introduce our speaker as well.
Hello, board and everyone. Thank you for having us. So Anna Kappa, it looks like last year they had 180 students total participating in all the sports listed. They also do field hockey. I believe they may be the only middle school doing field hockey. Pretty cool. This year, it looks like they have 110 up to projected 190 students participating in all their sports. And we have an athlete named Lily who's going to come and tell you about her experience.
Good evening, everybody. If you allow me, I have a little essay to share with you. When people tell you that the transition from elementary to middle school is scary, they are not lying. From a whole new schedule to the overwhelming amount of new faces, it can be very intimidating. But it also brings so many opportunities. I am proud to say that I am an athlete representing Anna Kappa Middle School in both cross country and field hockey. Both sports I would have never considered if it weren't for the LCAP ACES athletics program. Not only did these activities make my middle school journey more enjoyable, but it also allowed me to connect with others and build the type of trust that you can only find on the field. I am also so grateful for the support of my PE teachers. Shout out to Ms. Walker, our athletic coordinator, and Ms. Graves. Thank you guys for all the time that you give up for us to make both practices and games possible. We appreciate your commitment immensely. And I would also like to speak for my other athlete friend who was not able to be here tonight. This is from Felice Vergeer, another 8th grader. Ms. Walker asked me to write a short summary of after-school sports at Anna Kappa, and I immediately jumped at the chance. The experiences and memories you create through these amazing opportunities are nothing short of special. As an 8th grader, I have done 4 out of 5 sports, and they bring so much fun for the athletes. Though it is not just us who are benefited from the programs, the teams help bring together our entire campus with an electric energy at every game. The impact has been immense, shaping me to be the person I am today, and I know many others could say the same. On the outside, they are perfect, but behind the scenes is a whole different story. Ms. Walker, our athletic coordinator, stays late every day, persevering to ensure that every student is able to succeed. Throughout the chaos of the busy school year, I think the gratitude for Ms. Walker has been set aside, but we all know that the magic of the programs wouldn't be able to happen without her and the support through LCAP and ELOP funding. Thank you guys for your time.
All right, so now we get to hear Lansky, Ms. Lansky, about Cabrillo.
All right. So regarding Cabrillo, last year we had 216 students participate. The cross-country team brings in, last year was 100, this year we have over 80 students. Wrestling was a big hit. I think I love the sports that everyone can participate in. Of course, the competitive sports are awesome as well, but cross-country and wrestling is welcome to everyone, and I think that's really, really special. And some students that may not feel comfortable trying out for other sports will go for that. I'm running an intramural lunch sports program. Last year I did flag football. We had 65 students, and it went very well. So I'm happy to report that there are many good things happening for the students at Cabrillo Athletics. This year we have over 80 students participating in cross country, and I have watched students change in positive ways from this experience. I have a letter from a 7th grader named Adrian that I would like to read. He couldn't attend this evening. My name is Adrian, and I wanted to share how much being a part of the cross-country team has meant to me. Joining the team has made a big difference in my life. I've become stronger, healthier, and more confident in myself. I really enjoy running and being part of a group that encourages me to do my best. It's helped me stay focused, disciplined, and positive. My mom, who is raising me on her own, has been very supportive of me being on the team. She says she's seen how much happier and more energetic I've become since joining. Being in cross country gives me a healthy way to spend my time and helps me build friendships and teamwork skills that I'll carry with me in the future. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of something so positive. It helped me grow as a person, and I'm grateful to have this experience. I also run an intramural lunchtime program. Last year, I had 65 students participate in flag football, and students asking this year, when are we going to have flag football intramurals? There was a request for 6th grade volleyball this year, which we were not able to accommodate. But I'm currently having volleyball clinics for 6th grade girls, where the 8th grade volleyball team is coming in working with them, which is building a nice community. They bring their lunches, we hang out, kind of a big sister, little sister, hopefully, idea. I wholeheartedly believe that sports is an important opportunity that can keep students motivated and connected to their school and ultimately increase the students' academic performance, physical health, and mental emotional well-being. And I would like to introduce Turner from Cabrillo, who's going to share a little bit about his experience. Thank you all.
Good evening, board. Today I would like to talk about my story, how intramural flag football changed my life. It began when I followed my friend out to the football field out of curiosity and ended up volunteering to help. This led to becoming the head referee, a role that helped me grow in confidence, feel welcomed, and make new friends. Through the experience, I developed many friendships and has given me enough confidence and has given me an amazing boost on my mental health. I feel that it is very important that we have these programs for middle schoolers because it gives every kid a chance to play. Which brings me to my other point. One of the biggest issues in our society is mental health. Sports is a natural therapy for any age. Thank you.
All right, so next, please let me welcome Mr. Mark Anderson from Data Middle School.
Hello, board members. I'm Mark Anderson. I am the athletic coordinator now here at De Anza. I was a volleyball coach for 12 years before that, and I do want to reiterate what Larry was saying about the funds. It was always a rigmarole to get funds to play sports for these kids. So it was always fundraising, and just a typical volleyball season, and that's all I can really speak to. It was usually $1,000 to $1,500, So raising that money year after year after year got to be pretty tough. So it's really nice to have these funds coming in where the kids are able to do this, and the coaches are able to concentrate just on coaching and not having to raise the money. So thank you for that. with all this new money coming in, you know, when I first got to De Anza,
If you could
we
speak
had,
into the mic for the viewers public.
Oh,
if
sorry.
You could stay at the mic.
When we first got to De Anza, we had basically just volleyball, cross country, and basketball. And, you know, that occurred during the first half of the year only. So at the end of the year, the kids really didn't have much in the way of anything going on after school as far as sports were concerned. Since the funds have come in, we now have a very big wrestling program going on in the middle of the year. We have soccer going on for girls and boys at the end of the year. So basically, if a kid wants to, they can play sports from the very beginning of the year all the way to the very end. And I think that's really important for them to be able to do. And we have quite a few kids who actually do that. They stay every day after school, and they're doing one of those sports that's available to them. So I just want to say thank you for that. And we do have 3 kids here who are willing to speak about what they're doing after school. So the first one is Jose Ojeda. He's going to speak in Spanish about American football.
Buenas tardes, me llamo José y soy parte del equipo de flag football. Durante las prácticas nosotros practicamos pases y aprendemos a trabajar en equipo. En los partidos usamos lo que aprendemos en las prácticas y aprendemos a trabajar en equipo. En los partidos usamos... Pero también nos enfocamos en divertirnos, apoyarnos a unos a otros en compañeros. Es importante que los niños puedan participar en los deportes después de la escuela porque nos ayudan a mantenernos activos, aprender disciplina y hacer nuevas amistades. También nos enseñan a trabajar juntos y a no rendirnos. A mí no me gustaba la idea de jugar o siquiera aprender fútbol americano, pero al final la coach Sammy me convenció de estar mínimo en las prácticas. Después de ese momento me gustó el fútbol americano. Mi recomendación es que le den una oportunidad a alguien, whatever. Gracias por escucharme. Mi nombre es José Ignacio Ojeda. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose, and I'm part of the flag football team. During practice, we run, we practice passes, and we learn to work in a team. At the games, we use everything we practice, and we try to win. But we also focus on having fun and support our team members. It's important that children can participate in sport after school because it helps maintain us active and learn discipline and make new friends. Also, it teaches us to work together and to not give up. I didn't like the idea of playing or even to learn how to play American football, but at the end, Coach Sammy convinced me to be at least at the practice. And from there, I really liked it. My recommendation is that you give the opportunity or some of something to everybody. Thank you for listening. My name is Jose, and good afternoon.
All right, next we have Eduardo Hernandez talking about ELOP sports after school.
Hi. Hi, my name is Eduardo Hernandez, and I'm coming from Data Middle School. And, I thought you were talking to me. Sorry. I just think school sports are amazing because it's a great way to collaborate with other students and to build your teamwork skills. Also, last year I was on the soccer team, and it was like a family of me. They were like amazing, great people. I got to learn about like how to play soccer because I wasn't really good. I was really bad, and I just learned how to play soccer better, and I really appreciated it. My teammates were amazing, and yeah, thank you for giving me your time.
finally, we have Emily Segurero. She's speaking about volleyball.
Hi, my name is Emily Sagrero, and I go to Data Middle School. I have had a very positive experience playing the sport of volleyball. The skills I use as a volleyball player are also applied in my academics. Some of the things that I have learned and continue to practice on the volleyball team would be that I have learned sportsmanship, how to work as a team, and I have a great coach that has shown me all that I've known about volleyball. Now that we are on the topic of my coach, I am going to tell you what we do in our practices. During our practices, we reflect on past games and observe what we need to work on. Typically, we work on better communication and going over fundamentals to get that ball up and in play. When we have games, my coach is always reminding me to keep my head up, even if I make a mistake. This has stuck with me typically because I have a problem of getting in my head after I make a mistake. He is always there to tell me it'll be fine, or it's okay, you have this next one. He is also always celebrating when we play well. I would also like to mention that recently I have went to a cross-country practice, and it was the most fun experience ever. Yeah, it was pretty fun. I'm going tomorrow, too. Oh, well, to conclude this speech, I will tell you that sports are an integral part of being a student of Ventura Unified School District, and we should never lose sight of its importance.
Not joining us this evening are all of our TK8 programs, but I did want to mention that they all do have athletic programs. Atlas is hosting cross-country, flag football, soccer, and field hockey this year. Lemon Grove and Sunset both have strong cross-country presence. And with us tonight, I have Sonia, who is going to talk a little bit more about ELOP, and we'll have a student speaker from ELOP as well.
Good evening. I also get to introduce a student, so I'm actually most excited about that. As you can see, we have started implementing sports through ELOP and ACES funding. So ELOP funding helps us to supplement or expand some of our existing sports programs at the middle schools. So where a program did not previously exist, ELOP funding can help to support that. We have recently, just this year, started an ACES program at Atlas, where we also have started a flag football program, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. Next. So in ELOP, or using ELOP funding, we have programs at Anacapa, Atlas, and Data. So basically the middle schools that have an ACES presence or an ACES program. And we use ELOP funding to help supplement some of those sports. Last year, we had over 175 students participate. So far this year in flag football, we have had 28 students participate just in flag football. So with that, I would like to bring Bree Whitcomb, who is an 8th grader at Atlas. And I do want to share, too, that our Atlas coach is here. So we didn't even know that we had an ACES program, an ACES middle school program, until like August. So quickly, not only Tria Reynolds, but also Jamie kind of recruited kids to participate in the program. And Jamie stepped up just because she's so passionate about providing a middle school program for the kids. She stepped up to coach. She said, I've never done it before, but if we don't have anybody else, I'll do it. And so she's been doing it. The girls tied their last game, so we're super proud of them. And very proud of Bree. So Bree, come on up.
Hello, everyone. Last year, if you had told me that I would be representing Atlas for sports, I would have called you crazy. I'd already been on a private sports team a few years earlier, and I hated it. My coach struggled to lead the team, and my teammates were mean. I just didn't like it. So when there was talk about a flag football team hosted through ELOP, I was reluctant to join, but my friends pestered me enough, and it turns out it was an amazing choice. This experience has been so much fun because you get to be with your friends and you get to do something with them that's not rotting your brain through a video game. I've also gotten closer with my Atlas teammates, which I didn't even think was possible because I've known some of them for 8 years now. But it's not just because my friends are there that makes me love this so much. I genuinely like this sport, and I never would have guessed in a million years that I would play flag football of all things. In fact, I think our team has gotten much better at it because my coach is awesome. Some of the girls at the beginning refused to even run for the ball, but now they're diving for it. We have yet to win a game, but we're having the best time even when we lose, and we did tie our last game, which we are very proud of. For many of my teammates, this is their first time on a sports team because either their parents couldn't transport them to sports or they couldn't afford it. The Atlas Flag football team has been a great opportunity for them. It's incredible that with only 90 kids in our middle school, we were able to make a full girls team and a full boys team. That means that around 1/3 of all our middle schoolers are actually on the team. Overall, flag football has been a great experience, and I hope that more opportunities like this continue in the future for Atlas. Thank you so much for supporting middle school sports. It's meant so much for me and my teammates.
Well done. Our students really are amazing. Thank you all again. If we could just give our students who probably should be home doing homework right now, but chose to come tonight to brag about their sports. I know that was a little bit long, but I hope it was well worth it. And we are happy to answer any questions you might have about the programs that you observed from our students tonight.
I'd just like to thank everybody involved, the coaches, and particularly the kids for taking part. There's nothing better for us than getting out and getting the exercise and having fun at the same time. So thank you for all taking part, and especially thank you to the coaches that put so much time in for such very little pay. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say my daughter was on volleyball at Data with Coach Anderson, and it's such a labor of love because they're there late, and the coaches have already worked a full day, and it's such a labor of love. I just want to thank all of the coaches for really stepping up for our kiddos, even if it's out of your comfort zone. I think that's such a lesson for the students as well. It's like we heard that theme going on, that we had coaches stepping up that were like, well, I don't know, but I'll give it a try, and then we had students that were like, well, I don't know, I'll give it a try, and you never know where you're going to find your passion. So I just want to applaud all of you for stepping up, and especially for stepping up and speaking in front of all this big, scary crowd. You guys did awesome. Thank you.
So first, I did have a question. You're not surprised at all. So you said this year it's $81.7 thousand for middle school sports, and it was an increase over last year. What was it we spent last year?
I don't believe we spent our full budget last year. Our budget was actually a little bit higher last year because of the startup for wrestling. I actually don't have the numbers in front of me, Sabrina, but I'm happy to provide them for you.
Okay,
in a
and then
follow-up.
additionally, I'd love to know the split with ELOP. So what part of that was funded through our LCAP and what part of that is funded through ELOP?
Yeah, I can work with Laurel on getting those numbers.
Okay, perfect. And then for our students, thank you so much for being here. It's always great to hear your voice. You're the reason we do all of this. So knowing what matters to you and what matters to your families and to your support system makes a big difference to us. And I love hearing how much athletics has made you feel connected to your school, has made you, have new friends and kind of go deeper on some of the things that matter. And then lastly, Mr. Anter, I could swear I saw your name go by on the gratitude list. So congratulations. We don't often get somebody who's on there in here, and so it's an opportunity to thank you in person for the extra special work that you do. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for coming, especially students. As a middle school teacher, it's really awesome to see middle schoolers here, and you all spoke eloquently. I know it's kind of nerve-wracking to get up to that mic, right? and I'm sure your parents are watching. So shout out to them, big time, and to the coaches. Every time they ask us as teachers in the middle school, who's going to coach, I'm always terrified to raise my hand because it's a big job. So super shout out to the teachers and staff who take their personal time and their after school time and some of their prep time and nutrition time to support our student athletes. So, and then my question is to our Balboa students. Sorry, I didn't get your name. I didn't write it down in time. You said something about funding for new basketball. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I would be reaching out to our coach over there pretty soon because I know a guy.
Dang, James stole my thunder. I was going to do the basketball thing. You didn't go do it. But first of all, I want everybody to know that twice a month on Tuesday, the first hour of the board meeting is the place to be. You see how fun this was? And the kids are taking you back, so spread the word. Be here for at least the first hour of board meetings. It's a good time. We still got student board members to go. But I remember going back to, in my county, it was junior high. And we were when I was in 6th grade, I was looking forward. You had to wear deodorant, play sports, and change classes. That's what I meant about middle school. So I was smiling the whole time just going through the memory. But thank you for all that spoke, because we know even for adults that's a very scary thing. And you guys all did a great job, and I appreciate you guys being here.
And President Peterson, with your permission, we did have a student just make it who would like to share some last words. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Come on over.
That's the first hour.
Hello, I'm from Cabrillo Middle School. My name is Rain Morris, and I am 12 years old in 7th grade. I'm so honored to be here tonight to talk to you all about the privilege I've had being able to join 2 awesome teams at Cabrillo. I was born with a heart condition. 3 years ago, I had open heart surgery. Because of this, my extracurricular activities were super limited. After getting cleared to join normal kid activities, I was very excited to join a middle school that had options for me. I transferred from an out-of-state district elementary school because I watched firsthand how my brother was also able to take advantage of the awesome programs there. In the last 2 years, I have been on both the amazing wrestling and cross-country team. Both experiences have given me more self-confidence in myself, made me a stronger person, and allowed me to meet amazing coaches, volunteers, and of course, a lot of cool kids. Many of you won't know this, but both of my brothers were and are wrestlers at Ventura High School. Being able to experience a real wrestling team in middle school puts me in a great position to start my freshman year as an experienced wrestler. Another fun fact about wrestling is that we wrestle all over the county and sometimes the state. So being able to take a bus and pick up kids from all over the city of Ventura was also a really cool experience, which brought us all together and allowed us to compete as far away as Simi Valley. It would be so awesome if we could do the same experiences with cross country. For example, this Friday, we are going to a meet in Walnut, California, Mount Sac. Except not everyone is able to go because they have to rely on their parents. A bus would be cool. Anyway, all the other races have allowed the cross-country team to cheer each other on and do the best of our ability together as a whole. Because of these opportunities, cross-country team has been very successful. The girls in first and the boys in third every race we've run. Thank you for letting me share these opportunities with you all. I hope we can do it next year and years after. Thank you.
All right, I think that concludes our presentation. We thank you all for your time.
No, it's okay. Okay, Lizzie, thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for having me. My name is Lizzie Okubo, and I will be representing El Camino High School. I'm very excited to share with you all the amazing things that have been happening on campus recently. To start, for student achievement, a select group of students have been awarded by their teachers for the Wicker Award. Wicker is an AVID-sponsored award that stands for Writing, Inquiry, Collaboration, Organization, and Reading. This was a great opportunity for El Camino to recognize students who have demonstrated excellence in any of those following areas. So a huge shout out to students Ethan P., Alec J., Chloe P., Jimena G., Greta U., and Georgia B. for winning the Writing Award. On September 19th, we had our picture day and Western-themed quad day titled Cowboys and Classmates. It was also our club fair, and we had a variety of clubs participate, such as Star Wars Club, Chess Club, Book Club, Pride Club, and Multicultural Club, to name a few. This helps students get connected and involved on campus by giving them an opportunity to explore their interests, meet new people, and join communities that reflect their passions. As you can see from those pictures, our Cowboys and Classmates Quad Day brought a very fun Western vibe to campus. Students enjoyed classic cowboy-themed activities like horseshoes, pin the hat on the cowboy, lasso the stuffed animal, and bandana making. To top it all off, everyone got to cool down with a sweet treat from the Mr. Softy ice cream truck. This made the event extremely memorable and exciting for everyone who joined in. The Vice President of Leadership, Karina P., made these really clever wanted signs of every single one of our staff members. She worked really hard on this project, and all the flyers were hung up in the quad, and it looks really amazing. This was a fun touch to the event decor and was also a great way to introduce our staff members to new students. They're really funny and super sweet to read, so if you want to check them out, you can find them on our Instagram account at UCHS Eagles. Last Friday, we had a smaller and more intimate event called Treat Yourself, which was focused on mindfulness and relaxation. This gave students a chance to unwind and really take care of themselves. Room 1 was transformed into a cozy space where everyone could de-stress with watercoloring, refreshing drinks, and sensory items. A fun movie was played in the background, which made it a perfect mid-semester recharge. Our upcoming events include Unity Day, where everyone can wear orange in unity to take a stand against bullying. We also have our Red Ribbon Week coming up, and each day has a fun activity planned to spread the message against drug and alcohol abuse. And that's the end, so thank you so much for letting me share and for your time.
Santana.
Good evening. My name is Santana Schnitzler, and I am the ASB president at Foothill Technology High School. I'm honored to share with you some highlights from our school year so far. Our leadership class is currently holding our Snap Raise fundraiser, which began on September 19th and runs through October 17th. Each donation, regardless of size, plays a crucial role in how we celebrate our students and create lasting high school memories. The funds raised will be used to carry out student-led initiatives, events, and activities such as rallies, air guitar, and campus-wide celebrations. By supporting this fundraiser, our community helps strengthen the positive culture and climate of our school and empower students to take initiative as leaders on campus. Next, we began our year with the annual senior picnic. This event provided our seniors with a fun and relaxed opportunity to reconnect with classmates and celebrate the beginning of their final year at Foothill. Lunch was provided by Urbane Cafe, and students enjoyed music and overall a great time. This event built community and enhanced the supportive culture that Foothill Tech is proud to maintain. Our fall athletics rally took place on Wednesday, September 17th during lunch in the quad. Here we recognized and celebrated all of our fall athletes and their dedication to their respective sports. The rally concluded with a spirited and competitive round of musical chairs between our teams. Recognizing our student athletes aligns with the board's commitment to celebrating achievement and fostering a positive and engaging school climate. Back to School Night gave parents and guardians the chance to experience a day in the life of their students. Families met teachers, counselors, and staff while visiting classrooms to learn more about our academic programs. Organizations such as PIFSO, DTEC, and ASB were also represented, helping parents connect more deeply with the Foothill community. Events like this strengthen communication between school and home, supporting the board's goal of ensuring equitable access to high-quality instruction and engagement for all students. Another highlight of the quarter was Club Rush, which took place during lunch in the quad. This event allowed students to explore a diverse range of clubs and interest groups on campus. Many of our long-standing clubs returned, and several new ones formed this year, including the Book Club, Environmental Club, Math Interest Group, Speech and Debate Club, and the FTHS Democrats. These organizations encourage collaboration, innovation, and leadership, values that align with the board's priority of offering robust educational options and fostering student growth beyond the classroom. At Foothill, ASB hosts what we call Bad Days. These take place on days when students may need an extra boost of positivity, such as returning to school after a holiday or a long weekend. Our most recent bad day was held on a Friday following a Thursday holiday, which also happened to be International Smile Day. ASB partnered with the Wellness Center to hand out hot chocolate and smiley stickers, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere for our students. In honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, ASB and the Wellness Center collaborated to host a fiesta celebration. The event featured folklorico dancing performed by Foothill's very own students, loteria, and flag-making activities. It was an opportunity for students to celebrate diversity, learn about cultures, and come together as a community. Events like this reflect the district's commitment to inclusion, cultural recognition, and fostering environments where every student feels welcomed, supported, and represented on campus. To help our freshmen feel welcomed and connected to our school community, Foothill hosted our annual Fresh Dragon Friday. This year's theme, chosen by our freshman class, was Barbie. Students and staff dressed in pink and participated in a campus-wide scavenger hunt led by fire leaders, followed by refreshments on the stage, including pink cookies and lemonade. This event introduced our newest dragons to Foothill's traditions of enthusiasm, creativity, and unity. Our Wellness Center has been active in supporting student well-being and mental health through a variety of initiatives. For the Ask Us Anything event, Wellness Peers set up a booth outside of the Wellness Center where students could pick up mental health resources, stickers, and keychains, and ask questions about available support. For the sound bath, trained Wellness Peers led a relaxing sound bath session in the Homestead Garden, allowing students to take a mindful break and connect with nature during lunch. the Grow Through What You Go Through activity invited students to plant marigolds in recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month and Suicide Prevention Month, symbolizing growth and resilience. Lastly, for the September harvest of the month, wellness peers prepared and shared a fresh summer salsa using their harvest ingredients, tomatoes, during lunch. These activities demonstrate Foothill's ongoing commitment to student wellness and align with the board's priorities of maintaining a positive culture, supporting student achievement, and offering innovative educational experiences that meet students' social and emotional needs. Looking ahead, we have several exciting events planned, including our Renaissance Rally on October 17th, the Halloween dance that evening, as well as Trunk or Treat on October 21st. That's it for Foothill Tech. Thank you very much.
And Serena, thank you for being here tonight.
Good evening. My name is Serena Boyd. I'm filling in for Kane Belante this evening as student representative of Ventura Adult and Continuing Education. Tonight, I'm proud to present an overview of the remarkable achievements and initiatives that have taken place at Ventura and Adult Continuing Education, aka VACE. The administration at VACE and Ventura College are collaborating on how best to support the academic success and economic mobility of adult learners. To help achieve that goal, VACE and VC are discussing opportunities for instructors at both sides to collaborate on program design, share professional development, and how to award adult education students credit for prior learning at the college level. Ventura College is coming to VACE to present at the CTE Student of the Month Assembly on opportunities that exist at VC after VACE graduation on October 22nd, 2025. VACE will be presenting to the HSD, HiSET, and ESL students on November 5th at 11 a.m. on opportunities to continue their education at VC. VC will also be doing an application workshop at VACE on the morning of November 12th. The exact time is to be determined. VACE offers 3 levels of English as a second language classes, as well as a U.S. citizenship preparation class. VACE has over 300 ESL students and also offers classes at other locations in Ventura. This academic year, we're excited to share that VACE has completed 15 high school and equivalency graduates so far. These are our most recent graduates. Congratulations to them. This academic year, we're excited to share that VACE has completed, VACE's IET programs focus on job skills for second language learners. Agape Divine Love visited our caregiver IET class to share information about meaningful career opportunities in caregiving. Our students are not only improving their English skills, but also learning all about adult care and activities of daily living, aka ADLs. VACE is hosting a career expo as a joint endeavor with the Workforce Development Board of Ventura County and EDD. Check it out October 23rd, 2025, from 2:30 to 5:30 p.m. at 5200 Valentine Road in Ventura. Studying at VACE means being a part of a dynamic and supportive learning community, and the Ventura Business Expo was a fantastic opportunity to showcase what makes our school special: engaging learning, real-world experiences, and a welcoming environment. Since the last VUSD board meeting, several VACE career technical education graduates secured employment in medical, business, or continuing on to enroll in other programs or higher education. We extend our congratulations and best wishes to all VACE graduates who are now gainfully employed or attending college. Student of the Month, Jerry Spence from the Network Security Technician Program. Congratulations, Jerry. The medical program at VACE recently hosted a successful blood drive with Vitalent, and the medical program students did an outstanding job coordinating the event and ensuring everything ran smoothly. Manny Garcia is fulfilling his final competencies for his studio production technician certification at tonight's board meeting. Manny has been working hard throughout his studies, and he's been engaging part-time clients using his skills in videography and editing. Congratulations on all your hard work, Manny. VEAS appreciates your support and attention and remains committed to providing high-quality education, fostering community engagement, and preparing our students for successful futures. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any correspondence?
We do not.
Okay. Next, we'll be having public comment. We'll have a statement in just a second. And just a point of order, just before 9 p.m., the Vice President, James Forsyth, will take over the meeting because I have another obligation. But now we're going to go into public comment.
Thank you. This evening, due to the high number of public comments that we have, the board president has decided to reduce our minutes to 2. So you will be given 2 minutes to speak this evening. I will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when the time is up. Before we begin, we would like to remind everyone that the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds and in district meetings. Please remember that we do have students that attend and watch our meetings, so please keep language as respectful as possible. Please note that the microphone at the podium has been calibrated. Feel free to speak right into it. These are our public general comments this evening. We do have additional comments on agendized items. First up will be Kara Miller, followed by Lori Walker, followed by Ronald Gallegos.
Good evening. I've never been first. My name is Kara Miller. I am the newly elected VUEA Vice President and a teacher at Citrus Glen Elementary. I'm here this evening to speak not only for myself, but for many of my fellow educators who are deeply concerned about the current open enrollment process for our health care benefits. Right now, teachers are being asked to make one of the most important financial and personal decisions of the year, choosing a health care plan without being given the essential information we need to make the choice responsibly. We have not been told how much the district will be contributing to our health care. We do not know how the differences are going to affect our paychecks. We are being asked to make a binding decision to select a plan blindly without the facts. This is not fair, this is not responsible, and it is not respectful to the educators who dedicate their lives to the district and its students. Many of us are supporting families, caring for children, and managing our own health conditions. Healthcare decisions are not something we can afford to guess at. The district's delay in providing this information has left us anxious and uncertain at a time when our focus should be on our students and our classrooms. Not trying to predict what our medical bills might look like next year. We understand that contract negotiations and settlements take time, but it is unacceptable to let those delays put teachers in a position where we have to choose our health care in the dark. We deserve transparency, and we deserve time to make informed choices. I'm going to skip all the way to the bottom. We simply want the opportunity to make thoughtful, informed decisions about our health and our families' well-being. Thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting the teachers who make the district strong. I skipped a lot, but thank you.
Lori Walker, followed by Ronald Gallegos, followed by Sarah McLaughlin.
Okay, talk fast. Good evening, board members. My name is Lori Walker. I am a secondary manager at Foothill Technology High School. I have worked for our department for 25 years. In our kitchen at my school, Foothill Tech, I have air conditioning. There is 25 schools in our district, and only 2 schools have air conditioning. Foothill and Citrus Glen. This is unacceptable. On a heat wave, on a normal day, the temperatures can be around 80 degrees in the kitchen. That's with the oven's on, the warmer's on, you're at high, speed making meals, trying to get it done on time. And during a heat wave, it can be 100 to 110 in those kitchens. I'm skipping through because of the thing. A small school can make up to 300 meals a day. Our larger schools are making 1,400 meals a day, plus all the sides, salad bar, all the other entree choices. During the last heat wave, my one co-manager her storeroom is her office, and it was 115 degrees in there. That's not okay. Our director has asked many times for some kind of cooling system in these kitchens, and every year it's the same answer: no money. But why does every other area in our district have air conditioning? Here at the district, it's freezing. We all have jackets on.
30 seconds.
We have lap blankets on, because I know at the union meetings we're like all shivering in there. It's just not okay. What is it going to take when you've got 100+ employees on the heat wave day with climate change, and they all walk out from heat exhaustion? That's what it's leading up to, because girls go home feeling sick. So I hope it doesn't come to that. And
time is up.
Thank you. I hope you think about us the next heat wave.
Next up is Ronald Gallegos, followed by Sarah McLaughlin, followed by Nathan Donnelly.
Good evening. I'm Ronald Gallegos, Ventura Unified School District plumber. Good evening. Here we are again. This time I will tell you and remind you, tell you about the grand experiment that we've been, that we have been subjected to, which has not produced anything good for our facilities workforce. What it has caused is a lack of motivation, teamwork, and communication between the two shifts, and a distrust of having to account for all projects completed or not completed. So the introduction of these ideas to improve efficiency and accountability have not and will not work. So these ideas of split shifts and absorbing workload created by vacancies will not work, especially when we are already understaffed. Thank you.
Next up is Sarah McLaughlin, followed by Nathan Donnelly, followed by Catherine Pike.
Hello, good evening. I am Sarah McLaughlin, serving as the certificated union president, representing the educators of this district. Tonight, I am speaking on behalf of our members who are facing an incredibly difficult and frustrating situation. Open enrollment is happening now, yet employees are being asked to make choices about their health care plans without knowing what those plans will actually cost them or how much the district will be contributing to their HSA. This lack of clarity creates real stress and confusion. Our members are trying to plan for their families, their finances, and their futures without the critical information that they need. They're weighing important decisions like how much to contribute to their HSA or whether they need to switch plans entirely, not because it's what's best for their health, but because of uncertainty around cost. This is about more than numbers on a spreadsheet. It's about people. These are the same educators who spend every day guiding and supporting students. They are thoughtful, caring, and responsible, and they deserve to be treated with the same level of respect that they give the community. We do understand that systems and timelines can be complex, but our members deserve transparency and respect, especially when it comes to something as vital as healthcare. We urge the district to recognize the weight of this moment and the impact it's having on real people. Thank you for listening and for recognizing the importance of supporting those who support our students every day.
Up next, Nathan Donnelly, followed by Catherine Pike, followed by Beth Bohr.
The school site staff runs around exhausted, trying to fill all of the voids left from underfunding and understaffing, which puts all of us in danger. Walking into the office over the years, there's always been someone in each desk working hard, taking care of the students and the staff. This year, my office is nearly empty. By my count, where there were 11 support staff last year, this year there are 6, and their workload has not changed. These office staff connect the students, staff, admin, and social workers. Social workers are great, but if the teachers have too many students on their caseload and there's no office staff, then those social workers won't be connected to who needs them. These office staff schedule meetings, direct parents to the meetings, fix copiers, hand out supplies, get the teachers to the meetings, and we have cut those positions in half. So when we see all of the boxes have been checked and we feel great about ourselves, make no mistake, the self-sacrifice and unpaid labor of the staff at the sites checked those boxes. But try as we all may, students fall through the cracks. A few years ago, I had a student I caught vaping in class. That student was reprimanded, offered some services, sent on their way, but didn't receive the care that they deserved. Shortly afterwards, they were unenrolled, and I found out later they couldn't afford to live in Ventura and had to move away. That student ran away from their new home and came back to Ventura and re-enrolled at our school.
30 seconds.
In part because of the instability of that student's life, that student chose to threaten the school, and we went into lockdown. That student chose my classroom to come to during the lockdown and was removed from my classroom with guns drawn. While all of us walked away safe, that student ended up in the juvenile system, where we could have truly offered support. Make the choice to fully fund the schools, fill the offices, fill the staff at the school sites, and make all of us safer in the process.
Catherine Pike, followed by Beth Bohr, followed by Adrian Stevens.
Good evening, esteemed board members, and thank you for your time. I did want to speak tonight to the credit of the true MVPs of our school district, the magnificent education support providers. They are frankly worth their weight in gold, platinum, and latinum for all the Trekkies out there. Our teammates and facilities, technology have been tireless in their supports for our new school year and our new tech. They have also, with the champion team of food and nutrition personnel, our grounds and custodial staff, our office staff, our bus drivers, health techs, graphics department, district clinicians and campus supervisors, and our magnificent paraeducators have been tireless in their work this school year, as they have every year, working with us and our amazing students. I apologize if I forget any of our incredible teammates and partners in education, but it goes without saying that without our classified staff, the proverbial plane that is our school district would not just fail to fly, it would explode. That said, I do not mean to be an alarmist, but I do want to acknowledge the very hard work given and the dignity provided to our students by these amazing professionals. Without them, we are well below the bedrock of possibilities. With them, we are a soaring success that allows our students to achieve their goals and fly high beyond their wildest expectations and ours. We thank the board for keeping in mind the hard work of each of our education service providers this year and evermore. We want to also thank you doubly for allowing those amazing ESPs to continue to support us as educators
30 seconds.
And the wonderful students that we serve in this current school year and as we move into 2026. I urge you, during this time, please do not forget and remember doubly over the stalwart and unexpendable contributions and labor on behalf of our students that our ESPs provide us each and every day. They provide that doubly to our school community. Without it, we cannot succeed. Thank you for your time.
Up next, Beth Bohr, followed by Adrian Stevens, followed by Cora Peterson.
I'm Adrian. I don't think Beth is here.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name's Adrian Stevens, and I have lived across the street from Loma Vista Elementary School for the past 30 years. I'm here tonight to advocate for continued public access to the Loma Vista campus. Several months ago, I heard a rumor that as of next year, all Ventura Unified campuses will be closed to the public indefinitely. I'm dismayed at this possibility. When I emailed you, our board members, outlining my concerns, I was encouraged to come and speak at a board meeting, so here I am. While I understand that student safety is everyone's #1 concern, I feel it doesn't make sense to lock down our school campuses when students aren't present. For decades, our campuses have served the community as places where families can recreate, exercise, and enjoy connectedness with their neighbors. My own kids learned to ride their bikes there, had youth sports practices there, and on weekends and during the summertime, they played there with friends. Our own street has no sidewalks. There are no public parks within walking distance of where I live. Loma Vista has served as a community recreational facility. 3 years ago, when the campuses were hardened, I understood the reasons for those measures, but I still didn't understand the idea that campuses would be closed to the public. Currently, there is a movement in California for school districts to team up with cities to utilize campuses as public assets.
30 seconds.
I brought an article from the LA Times that I'll share with you. Please read it. It seems that members in the city of LA and the LA Unified School District, where my mother taught for 30 years, are now talking about working together to come up with a joint use agreement to make this happen. I hope that Ventura's leadership will follow them and make public access a priority at Loma Vista and at other Ventura Unified campuses. Thank you.
Up next is Cora Peterson, followed by Brian Peterson.
Hi, my name is Cora Peterson, and I'm here on behalf of the neighbors of Taloma Drive near Foothill Technology. We appreciate that James and Shannon came to visit our homes 2 weeks ago to see the 20-foot solar panels positioned along our property lines. These panels have had a significant impact on our backyards, quality of life, and property values, with some estimates exceeding over $200,000 each, impacting all the comps in our neighborhood. As you may know, these 20-foot solar panels violate the residential building codes, which permits a maximum height of 15 feet. We were not informed by the district prior to their installation, which was a requirement. It's also important to note that the neighbors on Taloma Drive were promised by the district that no structures would ever be built in that back parking lot that connects our properties with when Foothill Technology was built 25 years ago. We've been requesting the relocation of these solar panels to a more appropriate area, as there are many other sites at Foothill Technology, on the Foothill Technology property, where they could be installed without negatively impacting property values on Taloma Drive. We understand that at this point it will cost the district to have to move these solar panels. However, it is currently costing us, the homeowners, the value of our properties and ability to enjoy our homes. We hope to preserve the long-standing, mutually respectful relationship that the neighbors of Taloma Drive has had with the school district since Foothill Technology was built 25 years ago. Thank you.
Last general public comment for the evening, Brian Peterson.
Yes, thank you, trustees. Thank you, James and Shannon, for taking the time to meet with us and consider our request. Hassan, you've been very helpful, along with Ryan, and I know Dr. Castro sent you guys out to try to work things out. I know that you guys are working in the middle of working on this and having some closed-door meetings to resolve things. I just wanted to touch on a couple points. I know we met before you guys earlier and sort of cited the regulation sections, so I won't cite the sections again, but I'm certainly happy to send those or if you need them. But I wanted to give just sort of a brief overlay. First off, I think it's really important that when this school was built, there were promises made that there would be absolutely no construction back there. Now, it wasn't just structures, but it was anything. And those people are still around in order to testify if necessary. There's multiple ones that were there that those should not have been built. And when it gets to just discussing I know there's been discussion about the possible litigation. There are two things that I think are key about that. Number one, generally notice requirements happen online to the community at large. There's an exception, the rules and regulations in this one specifically state it must be mailed individual notice to everybody impacted within a certain area. That wasn't done. There's a second thing that's required also. Of course, Cora mentioned that the zoning laws were violated, but of course you guys have the power to amend the zoning laws, but only under one condition.
30
That's
seconds.
if you meet and you discuss alternatives. And that's a meeting not just with the public at large, but with the impacted parties. And this makes sense, right? Because what are zoning laws about? And the city council has passed zoning laws in order to protect its citizens, in order to protect the neighbors, right? So you don't want a 20-foot solar panel. That's why they put these in there. And so there's not meaningful discussion. And again, this isn't like optional. It's absolutely mandatory. So this is unlike any other solar issue.
Time is up.
That we would have. So thank you for your consideration. The next step would be go to the city
Time is
council,
up.
who has the right to address it, unless you guys
Time
are able
is
to
up.
come up with a decision. Thank you so much.
That's all of the public comment we have for this time.
Okay, thank you. Now we're on to action items. The request for approval for proposed changes, deletions, and additions to board policies related to educational services. First read.
Thank you, President Peterson. Board Policy 5125, student records, came before the board the last meeting. After that meeting, we noted that there was a section that was omitted that specifically addressed the district's obligations related to cyber attacks. So you'll see in that the green call-out section that the district maintains an obligation to notify the community if we have a cyber attack that affects more than 500 students. So that's what's unique in that one. Since we were bringing this one forward, we wanted to bring forward another board policy that was not brought forward, and that is on mobile communication devices. There's several updates, not a lot of, I don't want to say notable, but the things that are broad and important on that are that we would have an obligation to update this policy no less than once every 5 years, and that we have to demonstrate that we've undertaken measures to limit access to cell phones. This board knows that we've gone through these processes. We were very early adopters on this phase, which is why I was going to say it's not to say that there aren't notable additions here. It's just that some of the most notable additions in this board policy are things that we had been very proactive in addressing. So if the board has any questions, we'd be ready to answer them, and if the board felt comfortable approving them today, that would be wonderful. But if not, we could bring them back.
I don't know if it's a question or more of a comment, but I was at Pacific High School yesterday for voter registration, and a student there asked a question about having their cell phone. Actually, the teacher, Ms. Winchester, said, "What do you guys think about the cell phone policy? You have a school board member here in the room, right?" And so they had lots of thoughts on these things. But one student in particular shared that he's a parent of an infant, and so he wanted to have access to his cell phone during the day in case something came up with his child. And I kind of explained what our thinking was, but what it kind of triggered for me is that I don't know if we've done a good job of reminding people the systems that exist for contact, both reaching out from a school and reaching into a school via telephone if you need to reach a student, right? So I think part of this, back in the day, way before cell phones, you could go to the office, push 9, get a dial tone, call your parents, right? Like, I think a lot of students don't understand that we still have we still have landlines in our offices that could be used, and that their parents or caregivers for their children or whoever can reach the school, that can get a message to a classroom if there's a family emergency. So it seemed like that was kind of a missing component in this, and I know this is not directly related to the approval of the policy, but I think in the adjacent AR, it would be great to call out a communication strategy around like alternate ways to use communication devices.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback, Greg. I don't know if Deidre's still here, but let's take a look at that for the AR. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next we have administrative recommendation for student expulsion.
Just a reminder to the board, we don't have a presentation. The board has the option of moving forward with a recommendation and action. Thank you.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Number 2, consideration of review of K through 12 schools and adult education comprehensive school safety plans.
Greg, if you would.
Yeah, thank you very much, President Peterson. Dr. Castro, this is the annual submission to the board of our school comprehensive school safety plans that are passed annually by our school site councils in observance of the statute that requires that a parent group provide that approval process before they come to the board. We don't have a presentation due to some of the sensitive features of these safety plans, but they are available. The redacted versions are available for the public, and they are available to our site staff. We have one full copy at the site for our staff, and the components of these safety plans are included in the trainings and the protocols on site for emergency response. So happy to answer any questions that you have, but pleased to bring these for you. And these are the current safety plans for this current school year.
I had a question. I understand that the safety plans for this school year. I did note when I was looking through them, one in particular at data, I noticed that the school site council does not have the current members. I know a lot of schools have had votes to replace members, and since I'm not familiar with all of the schools, I obviously couldn't check all of them, but just wanting to make sure that we take a double look at those and make sure that if since the beginning of the year there have been changes to like school site councils, I know we have a new principal at Sheridan Way, things like that, just wanting to know the process for getting those updated.
Yeah, I appreciate that reminder. That's something I can take a look at and make sure that they're properly updated and reflective of those members that voted for them. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Next, we have consideration of supplemental novels eligible for fast track.
Yeah, thank you, President Peterson. This is a mainstay of our regularly scheduled meetings lately. However, I just want to note one somewhat new feature. You'll see here that the grades that this particular book is being requested to have be provided to are grades 4 and 5. So we have our long-standing, very successful secondary supplemental novel adoption committee that has been bringing books forward, both fast track and full read, full review books for at least 5 years. But now we have developed sort of an elementary offshoot because we recognize that there's a need for that, and those we need different sets of expert eyes on those, so we're developing that. So it's an advancement. That's an addition to our longstanding process. So this is first book being brought to you by that portion. It's an easy one. It's a fast track. It's already on the California Department of Ed list, which makes it come quickly before you for consideration.
Any questions?
I just had a quick question. I understand that one of the themes of this book is regarding Jackie Robinson, and there were a lot of issues with civil rights at that time. I was wondering if this has been looked at with our ABAR lens.
That's a really good question. I don't know if this book specifically has. I know that our committee and Sarah de la Perez, our teacher on special assignment who heads that committee, is very engaged with the ABAR committee and with our African American parent committee. So there's a tradition and process for those books that have those themes to for those groups to be engaged and work with. I can't tell you specifically that this book is the case, but nonetheless, our rule is that if it's fast trackable, if it's on the California Department of Ed list, it can be brought before you without full review. But that doesn't mean that it's not also brought for consideration for comment to our partner groups.
Thank you. And again, I think it's an opportunity, if there is something sensitive in there, that it's an opportunity for us to have those discussions and, bring it back again if we need to have further discussion on it.
This seems like a really sweet story, and given the timing of us being in baseball season, that's right? Like, okay, because I don't follow sports, but I was at an event the other day, and there was a baseball game on. So I was going someplace. So anyway, I thought, when we adopt something like this, is there a communication that goes out to our staff, elementary school teachers, to say like, hey, we've just adopted this new book. This would be a great time to talk about this, or like during January when we have African American Appreciation Month to talk about these things. Because I feel like sometimes if we just adopt them and it just goes onto a shelf, like unless you're paying attention, it doesn't actually, get utilized, right? So is there, for these in particular, I think at the middle school level, it seems like there's kind of more of a mechanism to get the word out, but I just wasn't sure about elementary school.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think that given the development of this subcommittee for elementary books, it'll happen similarly how it does for secondary, where Sarah, our English Language Arts secondary TOSA, provides that notification that these books have been approved by the Board of Education. So I know Annie Buck will probably engage in the same process. She's our teacher on special assignment for elementary. So the answer to your question is yes, it will be so.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to bring this back for a second read.
I'll move approval.
Oh, okay.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, next we have consideration of approval for Resolution 25 through 23, continued funding application for straight state preschool program, year 2026 through 2027.
Thank you once again, President Peterson. Yes, this is just a routine. This is just a routine request that is the board stating its intention to continue offering our early childhood education Jumpstart program so that we can submit for ongoing funding. So this is just the formality of the board saying, yes, we're continuing to commit to support early childhood education, and we intend to submit an application for the grant.
Questions?
I move to approve. Unless you have a question. So I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next from Human Resource, we have approval for provisional intern permits, PIPs, and waivers.
Yes, thank you. This is for two of our CTE teachers who are still working on their English learner authorization for consideration for the board's approval.
Oh, did you question? No. So I did want to just clarify, because it says that the waiver is based on their certificate to work with English learners, right? So what's the time commitment for them to actually earn that certification?
It would be dependent on what program they are engaged in, and I could answer that from a different perspective, but it varies by program.
I guess my question really is, is the hurdle a high one to get them over so that they go from having a PIP to a cleared credential, or is that something that they can do within a year and be ready to stay in that position for next year?
It's very possible that it would be a year. If not, there may be an additional ability to authorize it for a second year if it's needed.
And the reason, these are hard positions to fill, right? So if we have somebody, if there's a way for us to support them in getting this, that would be great, because we would want to keep them. These are positions that, they're little unicorns out there, right? And so we just want to make sure that we can keep them in those positions long term.
Yes, and I will follow up to see what programs they're in and what the length is, and ensure that we're supporting them to ensure that we can keep them. Thank you.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Next is the sunshine of initial contracts.
Yes, so the first of these two items is for VESPA. So these are the sunshining of articles from VESPA to VUSD and VUSD for VESPA so that we can proceed with our negotiations process.
Questions?
President Peterson, we do have public comment for this.
Oh, I apologize.
Frank Maciel? Maciel? We no longer have public comment on this.
And actually, I was, because I was just hoping that you would explain kind of what those 4 articles that, at least that we have agreed to sunshine, what those are.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So the ones that VUSD is sunshining, Article 20 is total compensation. So we have met the threshold. So in that contract language, we have a total cost of health and welfare that we had bargained and agreed to. And so once that total cost gets to the amount of $23.1 million, we have to meet and negotiate and bargain in good faith with our partners to try to keep the costs below $25 million as written in our current agreed upon contract. And so we are sunshining with that interest. And then we also have Article 19, which has language about layoff and reemployment. And so we are hoping to further clarify some of the criteria for bumping just to make it maybe more streamlined based on what we've learned from prior experiences to always try to be improve upon our processes. We also have Article 12, which is overtime and comp time, and we are seeking to clarify the criteria when we schedule those that time. And then Article 46 is the term of the contract, and so the term has ended in June and extends until we meet to agree to an extension, and so we will be discussing the term of a potential next contract.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And number 3, we actually have another sunshine of initial contract proposals.
Yes, this time these are the sunshined articles for our certificated association, VUEA, and VUEA presenting their articles to VUSD and VUSD presenting their articles to VUEA.
Questions?
Yeah.
Or the same explanations?
Yeah, I was going to, but I didn't want to over. So VUSD is sunshining Article 13, which is the evaluations. The standards for the teaching profession have been updated in the past year, and so we have an interest to update our evaluations to reflect those changes in the standards for teaching profession, as well as the counseling standards have also changed as well. So just updating and looking at the updated standards and working with our association to look at the evaluations being updated. Similarly, and for certificated for VUEA, our compensation article in the certificated contract is Article 19. So similarly, that contract language is the same in both of our contracts for classified and certificated. So we have the district cost for health and welfare has exceeded the $23.1 million. So it has initiated the trigger language that is in the contract. And so we need to bargain to discuss that. And then Article 31 is about special education, and so we are reviewing the language and supports that are currently in place.
And again, just for the public, because I know that people are interested in our negotiations, right? I just think it's helpful for people to understand what it is that goes into those things. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, number 4, consideration of approval for the draft 2026-27 school year.
Yes, thank you. I'm not used to having 4 items in a row, so I am pleased to report to the board that this year we did a family survey, and so we completed a family survey to ask for families to give them some options for fall break as well as for spring breaks to see what their interests were. And so we had 592 responses, which I thought was really fantastic. Was very pleased with that response rate. And the responses were in the calendar reflects the family's responses. The responses for the fall break of October 26th through the 30th, parents requested that by 67.9%. So that was the overwhelming preference for fall break week. And that was consistent with some of our other surveys that were taken. And then for spring break as well, March 29th through April 2nd was 50.3% as well. So both of those were the majority based on families. And these calendars, we have a process that we go through of negotiating the calendar or going through a calendar committee. And so this draft calendar has passed VUEA and VESPA votes as well.
I would just like to thank you so much for putting out the parent survey. As a teacher in a neighboring district, the last couple years with the calendar change has been frustrating. Our spring breaks have not lined up, and I'm very grateful that you at least floated it out there so that families that are potentially educators and work in other school districts have an option to potentially line up with their spring break and their fall break, or we don't get a fall break, but with at least our spring break. So I just really wanted to thank you. Also, just in terms of, community engagement, I just really, really appreciate that transparency and giving parents the option to say what works for them. So, and thank you for VUA and all our negotiators on that calendar committee for taking that into consideration as well.
And selfishly, I just love that we don't have school on Halloween, because we hear so much from staff about like the kids being so tired from being at Halloween and showing up cranky and sugar withdrawals. So I'm glad that we will not have Halloween in school.
Yeah, but really, Sabrina, it's like November 1st is the day that we don't want to work.
But yeah, thank you. And with that, I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And so this seems like a natural break point. So we'll break and then go into business services at 8 p.m. Okay, our next session is business services with contracts exceeding 25,000.
Thank you, President Peterson. As always, we don't have a formal presentation with this item, but staff will respond to any questions that you may have.
Any questions on contracts?
I had two questions. For Gaggle, are we getting any like feedback on its use, its impact, like, and is this is the contract for the entire district? Because it's not very expensive relatively. I mean, but I was just curious. I know we've had some incidents, and I was just curious, kind of like how that.
Yeah,
played in.
great question. So this is for the entire district. It's accessible for all of our schools, although admittedly, predominantly our secondary students use it far more. So no, I wouldn't describe the number of tips that we get through Gaggle as being numerous, but the few that we get are really meaningful and important. So that's why we're bringing it back. And it is supported by our LCAP committee, the input that we get from the community. They want this kind of system. And so we do feel like it's still, we're getting value out of it.
I just think in general, it would be great to have some of that data, like when something is up for a renewal contract, what is it, what's the impact that we're having, right? So if it's the first time, well, we don't know, so here's what we expect to be able to see, right? But if this is coming back to us for renewal, I would like to see some data. And then I had asked you via email about lesson 1, and so I know that that's site expenditure, because when it says Title I, I wasn't clear if the Title I was a district Title I expenditure or a site specific, but that was supported by the school site council.
And I'll just add to what Dr. Bayless said. We actually did evaluate, just from a staff perspective, whether we should bring this forward. I concur that right now it's low volume, high impact.
And I had a question about the Novogradac, about what a cost segregation study was. Thank you for the reply to the email. If you could maybe just give the public a little bit of information so that we all know what that is.
Yeah, I'll turn that over. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Hassan.
good evening, board. So essentially what that is the district, we're looking to hire essentially a tax firm to review the utility data and pretty much work with the federal government to apply for us for the Inflation Reduction Act to potentially receive about like $12 million back for the district.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And as amended, we're going to be jumping to the next subject of bond implementation. We can cross this one out.
Castro, Board of Trustees, good evening. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. First and foremost, I want to thank the residents and taxpayers of Ventura for, again, providing us this gift of Measure E bond. I also want to thank Hassan and Andrea for their leadership, and sad to see them go, but there's a big void to be filled, so thank you for providing us the leadership over the course of my 2 years here. So we're going to go over the bond implementation plan updates, current status and projection for the duration of the bond. Again, this is a fluid implementation plan, so priorities shift, priorities go up, they go down, with any feedback from the board, as well as Dr. Castro and Hassan. If there's any questions during this presentation, just feel free to ask, and we'll get going. Okay, so This is a sheet that or a slide we've all seen several times. As you can see, we had the original February 13th implementation cost, our updated cost from earlier this year, and our new projected cost. Things have pretty much stayed the same. Given the tariff situation, we did include further escalation in projects starting in 2026. This is based off of trends we've seen from last year to this year, as well as utilizing Balfour Beatty, our construction management firm, and their national outreach to see how those trends are moving. So we feel with this escalation cost, we should be pretty comfortable. The one project or line item we did add was district exterior painting. This was added due just to the condition and just the visuals that the bond team and myself has seen, as well as overwhelming outreach from the site staff and principals that the one thing they would like to see is exterior painting. So those costs are projected based off of our surrounding districts. They have bonds as well, so we reached out, looked at their projects cost, and just put our best number forward. So if there's any discussion you guys would like to talk about that, we think it's important to include. Please let me know.
So when I saw that added on this, that was actually the reason I requested the bond language, because I wanted to be clear, because we highlighted certain aspects of the things that we wanted to do when we were doing the campaign for the bond, and painting the schools was not one of them. Not that it's not important, right? I'm torn about it. Obviously, we want our schools to look nice. That's not in question. But spending $9 million on painting versus some of the security and safety measures, that's hard for me, right? Because
Yes.
it is a big expenditure, and it is something that we could kind of chip away at internally. I know we haven't, but we could. Anyway, I'm glad you called it out, because it was one of the things that when I looked at your slides before the meeting, I was like, $9 million for painting.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Bond likes to throw around really big numbers. It's what we're trying to do and achieve with the bond funds is blend both infrastructure needs, which the public doesn't see, as well as needs that the public does see. And the goal is to continue with another bond resolution after this one. So it's trying to show the community that this is a need and we are addressing it.
Yeah, I kind of look at it that way. It's something that people can see. You can drive by a school and be like, "Oh, that's where our money went." I know it sounds like paint is superficial, but if you ever just had your house painted, when you come home, you even feel better just by driving up to it and looking at it. So I think it's something that the public would want to see. I think it would help us for future bonds where they could, physically see that something is being done.
We're actively not planning on painting any schools probably within the next year or two, so this can be an ongoing discussion. And we'd obviously target schools that are more need than others. Like Citrus Glen, for example, is one of our newer schools. The paint there is in okay condition, whereas Elmhurst or E.P. Foster rather is in dire need of some paint and a refresh. So.
And then the other question I had is, it was a little unclear to me with your columns. Those are not expenditures; those are projected costs.
It's a blend of both. So as we go on through the slides, the 10, 14, 25 cost does include past projects from last year and this year, as well as projected costs through the end of that project.
Yeah, no, what I meant was, it's not like these are the expenditures we spent in 2024, here's what we're going to spend in 2025.
No.
They're not additive, they're cumulative.
Exactly,
Okay.
yes. So the next slide is our solar project update. Happy to say that all sites are complete, structures are built, infrastructure has been installed outside of 4 schools that were just waiting for a tie into our electrical Edison grid. Currently, 9 campuses are contributing to the grid, so we should start seeing savings relatively soon. The 2 outstanding schools are Sheridan Way, as well as Ventura High School. Ventura High School, we know that's a given, just based off our past conversations. Sheridan Way's been a bit of a challenge with the soil conditions there. There's liquefaction, so CGS, the California Geological Study, they have been pushing back on us to find a solution for the foundation system. So we think we found it. We just need CGS to buy off on it, and then ultimately DSA, the Department of State Architect, will approve our plans. So we're still trending to meet our NEM 2.0 deadline across the board, outside of Ventura High School, but we already know that. That's going to be pushed to NEM 3.
So then just to be clear, so there's only 2 sites that are not up and running yet?
2 sites that are still need to be built. All the other sites have been completely built all the sites have been completely built outside of 2. We're still waiting for 4 sites to be tied into the grid. Once they're tied into the grid, Edison then will give us PTO, permission to operate. That's when we can flip the switch, literally, and start contributing back to the grid.
Okay,
So
thank
it's
you.
a step. It's a lot of steps. And Edison has been good to work with. You have to be very patient with dealing with Edison. So, but overall, like I said, we're on track to meet all our deadlines.
So I'm sorry, if you clear that up. So if all sites have to be built and Edison has to sign off on it, and then we can flip the switch for all sites. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So we build the structures and infrastructure. Edison then will come out, watch us tie into the grid, and then when they pull a magical date out of the hat, they say, go ahead and flip the switch. Sometimes it's within a day. Sometimes in some sites it's taken 2 months. So for NEM 2.0 deadline, we just need to be connected to Edison. And by the end of the year, we'll be fully connected outside of Sheridan Way and Ventura.
I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
could just picture Clark Griswold outside with his exterior illumination, flipping the switch.
It's
so.
literally flip a switch, yeah. Yeah. So like I said, we're projecting really well. And with Novoco, who we just, that contract Hassan just spoke to, hopefully we can start seeing the tax rebates from that fairly soon. A couple of pictures of the structures that have been built. Okay, LED lighting upgrade. This is part of the same contract with Engie, now Optera. That scope of work has been 100% complete.
So I had a question about this because on this slide it says 4.59. On your summary plan update, it says 2.68.
That is an error on myself. Yep. To clarify, I think I put the stadium lighting under the athletics rather than the lighting. But if I had to guess, but yeah, you are correct, Ms. Rodriguez.
So that came in over budget, not under budget.
Well, overall, we're over budget because of the change orders that we passed for the show lighting at the stadiums. But yeah, if we go back to the other slide, I'd have to make those adjustments.
So initially, the reason I was looking at that is I was going to congratulate you on coming in under
No.
budget. So now I have to scratch that.
Yeah.
Because now it actually came in $1.4 million over the projections. And part of that was the change orders for you said the stadium.
The show
So
lighting at the stadiums.
Yeah. Which I guess then is also over budget.
Let me clarify. So the bottom two costs for Ventura High School and Buena High School are the stadium lights. And so if you go back, Marianne, to that slide, that's on the third line, the 1.9 million. And so the other half of that other slide, Ryan, go back.
Yeah.
adds
So
up
it's
to
split on
2.6.
two lines.
Yeah, it's
So
just
you
split
did
up.
come in
Yeah.
under budget. So
Well,
congrat-
come in under budget.
Don't give me credit
Yeah.
yet. I'd have to double check.
No, you did.
It says here it's
Yes,
done.
you did.
So you can't
Yeah.
charge us anymore because it says
It is
literally
done.
100%
Yes.
complete.
It is
So-
100% complete.
So you just have to live with the fact you came in under budget, you had more money,
Yeah.
and you didn't spend it. Okay, so that's really helpful because, of course, most of these things are coming in higher than projected because of the things you mentioned, the tariffs, just increase in prices in general, right? So where there are places for us to save money and stretch these dollars further, it's really nice to see that we're doing that.
We're trying. We're certainly trying. Next is our security fencing project update. Portola was complete during the first year of the implementation plan, which was essentially a remove and replace, just given the condition of the fencing itself. Anacapa is currently under DSA review. We hope to get those plans back, hopefully January-ish. That's DSA is always a wild card on giving us plans.
For Anacapa, it would be very nice to see the cost of the pure security fencing and then the cost of the upgrades, because there are significant campus upgrades being done there. And I mean, although we had a presentation on it, it's not so much for us as much as for the public to see that, yes, we are building, putting in fences to keep kids safe, but also we're improving the pickleball courts and we're improving access and we're changing
Correct.
some of the, like, the approach so that it, works better for people in wheelchairs and, all those things. So I think it would be really nice to call those two things out separately.
Absolutely. And the reason we kept expanding that project was to maximize the state matching funds. Anacapa as well as Cabrillo have significant eligibility to receive state matching funds. So we wanted to maximize that to make sure that we get those funds back, whenever the state decides to provide us with those funds. So Anacapa, like I said, is currently under DSA review. We met with architects, both Buena and Ventura, to help figure out that monster of a project. So we're currently scoping that with architects to figure out what exactly needs to be done. Anytime we talk about security fencing at sites that don't have fencing, we need to consider path of travel and what that does for wheelchair access and ADA compliance. So they're bigger projects than just throwing fencing in. Cabrillo, we're getting really close to scoping that project out with Lars and the steering committee we've formed over at Cabrillo. Again, fencing, it started out as fencing, saw some state matching funds, and we noticed that there's, again, significant potential there for eligibility. And just going through the campus, DSA always wants to look at restrooms and accessibility. And looking at Cabrillo's restrooms, there is a lot of potential there that restrooms need to be updated and fixed. So we're including that as part of this project.
So again, when you bring these back to us, if we could have those things called out specifically, the difference between the bathroom and the fencing. And then because Buenaventura and Cabrillo have traditionally not been fenced, they have been open to the public, and we had a public comment today about that. I think it would be really great to do some outreach to the neighbors.
Yes.
Do we have, and I don't know if this falls for you or if it's like a Mary Ann thing, but like doing some outreach around, hey, we're going to be taking this on, now is the time to come, learn what we're doing, learn how we plan to do it.
The same outreach we did for Anacapa with the town hall, we will be doing the same for all these sites. It'll be a little bit more because Anacapa doesn't have a neighborhood surrounding them, so we would send out flyers to the neighbors.
Yeah,
them to town hall.
another big difference is that Anacapa has largely already been fenced,
Yeah.
right, which these schools have not.
Yeah.
So I would plan on more feedback.
Yes, yeah. Cabrillo, we're looking forward to it. So that's where we're at with fencing projects. A lot of work in the hopper. They're all future projects, obviously, but they're very important projects as identified by the board. Roofing project update. So far, we've completed about 10 sites, and we keep on picking them off down the road. We did have to make some priority adjustments just based off of construction sequencing. We wanted to make sure we do roofing after HVAC installation. we were so eager to get started on these projects at Elmhurst and Montalvo, we did it vice versa. We did the roofing first and then HVAC. So we noticed that the contractors don't respect prior projects, no matter how much we try to overmanage them, but just getting in line with proper construction sequencing. So we made some slight adjustments, but overall, you know, we have a pretty good plan to move forward with roofing the entire district.
So again, on the cost on this,
Yes.
so you're projecting now 94 million. Initially, we had projected 106.
Correct.
So is that because of us purchasing all of that material ahead of time, or what's contributing to that savings?
Purchasing all the material through the CMAS agreement certainly does help on that. I think with the initial implementation plan, the goal was just to make sure we budget enough. Again, now we have 2 years of projects. We can get our square footage costs based off of, you know, what we've experienced and really start dialing in those numbers. And again, anything from summer 2026 on has an escalation factor in there as well. And we also seen a competitive, you know, race with the roofing contractors, which is good to see. We're not seeing that with other projects, unfortunately, but roofing has been one of the more competitive projects we've put out to bid. So that just drives costs down even more. And on top of that, we do include an allowance in these projects as well to, you know, handle any unforeseen conditions with fascia replacement, decking replacement, and any structural improvements that have been compromised.
I think, Trustee Rodriguez, based on the implementation plan summary update, I think it's just important to note that a lot of these projections do have like CPI, inflation, escalation, and those are, like Ryan mentioned, he works with Balfour Beatty to try to get an estimate on projections. So we don't know exactly the impacts of the tariffs right now, so they're just estimating that, look, let's put in like 7 to 10% on top of what the actual project would cost. So that way there's room that if the costs do escalate, that we have it budgeted for. But there's no like exact reasoning method that he would know what that impact would be until the project goes out to bid. And so, I mean, it's a good thing we have the dollars budgeted for, but I think we just, like all of the projects he has in there has some sort of, I would say, an escalation.
Yeah, on top of the escalation, we also have a 10% contingency on top of that for soft costs, inspections, architects, engineers. And that 10%, including our overhead for payroll, is included in that. So that number is all inclusive of soft costs, escalation, and project costs.
Can I ask real quick,
Sure.
just a priority list? What is this the way that we arranged it? Does it go from east to west, is it kind of thing, or is it?
No.
I just noticed because EP Foster, you know, their roof leaks just about every year.
Yeah, EP Foster was initially supposed to be projected to next summer, but we have HVAC going in 2027, I believe. So we pushed it out even further. With EP Foster, there's also the clay tile. We don't want to put traditional roofing like we have been at other sites. We want to keep with that same aesthetic with the clay tile. And we're trying to work with Garland to figure that out. So
that hasn't been determined yet, yeah.
No, we want to stick with the clay tile. It's
Right.
the underlayment underneath
Oh, absolutely.
that we're trying to
yeah.
figure out, yeah.
Well
But
done.
if we were to put shingles on there, whoa, I don't think that would go over well. So we're cognizant
I
of that.
appreciate that.
Yeah, yeah. But mainly it's in line to what I said before. It's fallen in line with construction sequencing. It's making sure we do HVAC first and then roofing. In the meantime, we're working with our facilities group to help repair and put Band-Aids over those repairs as needed. But initially, the sites were determined by facilities based off of prior work orders, as well as Garland's inspection. And that's how we determined that order.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan, I actually need to ask permission of the board. I know we amended the agenda, but we have students in the back that want to do public comment on a consent item. But what I would like to do is pause in bringing those comments up now so that the students can leave and go home. I should have did it in the beginning of the meeting, but I missed it, that it was in the consent item. So can I have consensus to have them come up and do their comment? Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, no problem.
And just to be clear, the students do not have public comment, but their parents do. So give me 1 second here to bring up. We also potentially have those in the audience that need translation. So they'll be speaking in Spanish and our translators will speak in English, which means we'll give them 4 minutes, double the time so the translator has time to translate because it'll be ongoing as they speak. First up, we have Maddie Huber, followed by Maria Barrios, and Angelica Salas. Okay, so Maddie? You're Maddie? Okay, great.
And once again, I apologize for missing that.
All right. I am here today to advocate for the approval of the funding for the new marquee at our school, Data Middle School. Over 70% of our students are English learners, and with approximately 160 students on my roster, that means that about 112 of my students are English learners. Because of this, I recently attended our ELAC meeting to learn more about how we can better serve our families. Hearing from parents about the importance of a functional, updated marquee was incredibly insightful. Parents share that our school should serve as a pillar of the Avenue community and that these funds present an opportunity to make a lasting impact on hundreds and eventually thousands of students. I learned that a marquee can have a significant impact, especially for families without reliable access to cell phones or the internet, something I had not initially considered. As a teacher, I'm used to receiving constant emails and messages with information, but many families do not have that access and privilege. At first, the cost to update the marquee seemed like a lot of money to spend on something that didn't feel essential to me personally, but that's the point. It's not about what I care about, it's about listening to our ELAC parents and respond to what they say will help them stay connected and informed. This is about strengthening our community and supporting our English learner families during a challenging time. We have the opportunity to do what's right for the future of every student. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Up next, Maria Barrios, followed by Angelica Salas, followed by Juanita Fierros.
Good evening. I come before you today to echo the voices of our ELAC families, voices that are often unheard yet deeply invested in the success and well-being of our students. Our ELAC families have expressed their full support for the installation of our marquee at our school. They believe firmly and passionately that this tool is not simply a cosmetic addition, but a critical communication bridge for our community. The reality is that many of our families continue to face barriers in navigating electronic platforms like Parent Square or Aries. Excuse me. A marquee would provide accessible, visible, and real-time information that meets families where they are. Based on my personal experience, I have seen the current system used to manage the marquee is significantly outdated and inefficient. Updates often take Ms. Cruz or whoever is overseeing the system several days to complete. Technology limitations also frequently prevent us from communicating all the necessary information to our families through the marquee. Additionally, I've witnessed multiple instances where Ms. Cruz has made repeated attempts to connect to the marquee only to be met with technical failures due to the system's unreliability. This is not simply a matter of aesthetics. It is a functional issue that impacts our ability to communicate effectively with our community. In addition, our families see the marquee as a way to honor and celebrate student success. So I stand before you today in full and unwavering support of the marquee for data. Finally, I would like to extend a sincere yet serious invitation to each and every one of you. Please consider attending our ELAC meetings. While I thank some of you who have made your presence at DATA's PTSA and school site council meetings, ELAC also represents a significant portion of our student population, many of whom live just steps away from this very district office. Your presence would not only demonstrate a commitment to equity, but also allow you to hear directly from our families whose voices deserve to be part of every decision that impacts them. Thank you.
Angelica, followed by Juanita, followed by Caroline Pareja.
Hi, so my name is Angelica Salas. I accidentally filled out an English one, but mine is in Spanish, so I also filled out a Spanish one for translation. So I can wait for it. Oh, okay. Hola, mi nombre es Angélica Salas y soy la consejera del Centro de Bienestar de la Escuela Dara. Estoy aquí hablando en español, representando la voz de algunos de nuestros padres del comité de ILAC. En nuestra última reunión, algunos de nuestros padres expresaron querer estar en estas juntas, pero dado al estado político, no todos se sienten cómodos a venir a esta reunión y sugirieron tener apoyo de la comunidad como voluntarios de Visa y Defensa para sentirse un poco más seguros.
Hello, my name is Angelica Salas, and I'm a counselor of the Wellness Center at DARA. I'm here to speak in Spanish, representing the voice of some of our parents from the committee, ILEC committee. In our last meeting, some of these parents expressed that they wanted to be at the meeting, at the board meetings, but due to the political climate, they wouldn't feel comfortable coming to this meeting. And so they suggested to have support from volunteers of VC Defense to feel a little bit more safe.
Por esta razón, quiero compartir los comentarios de nuestros padres hicieron en nuestra reunión de ILAC acerca de la proposición de un nuevo marquee. Los padres de ILAC apoyan usar los fondos para un nuevo marquee, diciendo que el marquee es algo que los padres usan para referencias acerca de lo que está pasando en las escuelas, ya que muchas veces es muy difícil usar y manejar la tecnología. Miembros del comité de ILAC también mencionaron que el dinero está disponible para el marquee. No es fácil que esté disponible otra vez. ¿Por qué no usarlo en el marquee? Que es algo que no solo los estudiantes de ahora se beneficiarían, sino los estudiantes futuros de la comunidad también se beneficiarían. Estudiantes de la comunidad, ya que son de la escuela E.P. Foster y Sheridan Way.
For this reason, I want to share the comments that some of our parents made in our meeting, ELEC meeting, about the proposition for the new marquee. The ELEC parents support to use the usage of the funds for a new marquee, saying that the marquee is something that parents use to learn about what's happening at the school. And a lot of times it is difficult for them to use the technology. Members of our ELAC committee also mentioned that the money that is available now for the marquee won't be won't be easy for that fund to be available again. So why not use the marquee, which is something that not only the students could benefit from, but also the future students and also the students in the community. And for our families that also have students at Sheridan Way and E.P. Foster.
El marquee no es algo cosmético para la escuela, es una oportunidad para ser transparentes en la información dada a todas nuestras familias. Es una manera de que todos tengan acceso a la información sin tener que saber usar la tecnología. La inversión no es solo para el marquee, es una inversión para crear una conexión entre nuestros estudiantes, familias, padres y comunidad.
So the marquee is not just something cosmetic, is to be transparent to our community and also to share information with our families. This is a way in which the families can have access to information without having to use the technology. This is an investment not only for the marquee, but it's an investment to create connection between our students, school, parents, and community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Juanita. Followed by Caroline, followed by Alma and Maria with translators.
Good evening, members of the board. Tonight I'm here to speak in support of upgrading our school marquee, not adding something new, but finally replacing the outdated one we've struggled with for years. Right now, updating the marquee is not only inconvenient, it's unsafe. Our AP crews has to literally climb into the bushes just to change it manually. It takes time away from helping students, and sometimes it just doesn't get done. As the front office, we are a communication hub for the school. When we can't get timely messages out, families miss important information, and in our community, that matters. We serve many Hispanic and immigrant families who live right here on the avenue. Some don't have reliable internet, access to apps, or even email. I've helped parents log into Parent Square over and over, knowing they'll probably get logged out again and miss updates. For these families, the marquee isn't a luxury, it's a lifeline. And I'll be honest, I'm a VUSD parent myself, and I don't always check Parent Square or read the newsletters. But when I'm driving past my child's school, I always look up at that marquee. It's quick, it's visible, and it works. A modern digital marquee would allow us to update messages remotely, in real time, and even in multiple languages. It would save time, improve accuracy, and make communication more inclusive for all families, whether they're walking, driving, or coming home from work. Some have questioned whether this upgrade is necessary, especially those who already have full digital
30
access.
seconds.
But equity doesn't mean giving everyone the same thing. It means giving each family what they need to stay connected and engaged. It's disheartening to see a board member attend PTSA and school site council meetings where the marquee has been questioned, but not show up to our ELAC meetings where our Hispanic families have consistently voiced their support. These are the voices that need to be heard. This isn't about making our school look nice. It's about bridging communication with all families. It's about saying you matter. Please support the marquee. Thank you.
Carolyn with the translator.
Buenas noches, soy mamá de un alumno de DADA en el 7º grado. En los años pasados he representado a la escuela DADA y Sheridan Way como presidenta y representante de TILAC, y este año se me dio la oportunidad de pertenecer al Consejo Directivo Escolar. Esto me permitió poder dar apoyo a las decisiones sobre el presupuesto de la escuela. Es por eso que esta noche vengo a dar mi apoyo al cambio del letrero digital de la escuela DARA. Pienso que sería un cambio positivo, el cual informaría de los eventos y logros de la escuela a los 560 alumnos, a los padres de familia y a la comunidad.
Good evening. I'm a parent of a 7th grade student at DADA. In past years, I have had the privilege of representing DADA, representing Sheridan Way and DADA as a president and representative of DLAC. This year, I was given the opportunity to attend the school site council, and which allows me to help and support and make decisions for the school, this is why I'm here to support the marquee for this year, because it is a positive change for the 560 students, the families, and all the community around them.
El nuevo letrero digital podrá informar los eventos de un mes por adelantado y mostrar fotos de los logros de los alumnos y tener una comunicación positiva y efectiva. Pienso que una escuela tecnológica merece tener un letrero digital que la represente. Gracias por su tiempo.
The new marquee will allow us to know the events a month ahead of time. It will also allow us to recognize students in a positive manner. I think that being a technological school, having this marquee would be a good change.
Thank you.
Alma. Alma is up next with translator.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Alma Solorio, soy madre representante de la escuela DARA en el programa ILAC y DILAC. Tengo un hijo en grado 6 en esta misma escuela. La razón por la cual estoy aquí es por las necesidades de nuestra escuela. En este momento estamos pidiendo por un nuevo marquesina, el cual queremos que sea aprobado para el beneficio de la comunidad, los estudiantes y maestros. Esta nueva marquesina sería muy útil para muchos padres que no están muy relacionados con las redes sociales y que tal vez no saben cómo usar un teléfono o revisar el Parent Square para ver las notas de sus hijos o cosas así, ¿verdad? De esta forma, con el nuevo letrero digital, los padres pueden ver los anuncios recientes o por venir. Por ejemplo, cuando no va a haber clases, o las fechas de los deportes o días de juntas, conferencias, etc. Gracias por su atención.
Good evening. I'm a parent of a 6th grade student at DADA. I have been able to represent data with ELAC and also in DLAC. I am here to talk about the needs of the new marquee. The new marquee, the approval of the new marquee would allow us to be able to better communicate our students, our teachers, and the community. It will allow us to show what is upcoming events, what meetings are happening in the near future, and especially for those parents who do not go on to social media or do not know how to use a lot of the technology. The marquee is a very useful tool for all of them. This new marquee would provide a lot of new information for the community. Thank you.
Up next is Maria with the translator.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María y vengo aquí a que escuchen mi voz y vengo a representar a muchas mamás de la escuela Dara que no tuvieron la oportunidad de estar aquí. La escuela Dara tiene una necesidad de una nueva marquesina para todos los mamás y papás que estén yendo a manejar para dejar a sus hijos en la escuela. Yo en lo personal me enfoco siempre en el letrero, es lo principal que se ve ahí en la escuela. Yo en lo personal no se me da mucho las redes sociales y estar chequeando. Ahí nos informan de los eventos, días de vacaciones y lo que está pasando y va a pasar durante los próximos días. Y ese letrero marquesina ya tiene muchos años porque ya han pasado por ahí 2 hijos míos. Ya se ve como un poquito deteriorado y quisiera que escuchen nuestra voz y yo estoy representando a muchas mamás y yo también pertenezco a las juntas de ILA de la escuela Dara. Entonces, quisiera por favor que escuchen nuestra voz para que nos hagan la posible de ponernos una nueva marquesina y nos favorecería a muchas familias de la escuela, alumnos y también a toda la comunidad de Ventura. Y esa marquesina duraría no solamente 1 año, 2 años, para muchas generaciones que vienen atrás, que nuestros niños van creciendo y van a estar ahí en esa escuela Dara. Y por favor, quiero que nos escuchen y creo que la marquesina es el pilar de la escuela porque lo más principal cuando nosotros manejamos a dejar nuestros hijos es lo primero que se ve ahí. Y muchas gracias por permitirme estar aquí.
Yes, good evening. My name is Maria, and I would like you to listen to my voice. I'm here representing the moms and from Dara that are not here. Dara needs a new marquee. Dads and moms drive past this sign when they're dropping off their children. And I particularly focus on the sign because I'm not very good with social networks. It informs us of events, of vacations, what's happening in the next few days. And, you know, my 2 kids went through this school and that sign has been there and it's not looking very good anymore. And I'm part of ELAC, and I want you to ask to please listen to our voice. And we want a new marquee. It will service the families, the students, the entire community. And this will be a sign that will be here for generations to come. So I'm asking to please listen to us. This sign is the pillar of the school, is the first thing you see. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here.
Muchas gracias.
Our last public comment on this item is Noelia Herrera with the translator, Noelia.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Noelia Herrera. Soy mamá de un niño de 8º grado y de 2º grado. Represento a mis 2 escuelas, Data y Will Rogers. Mi participación aquí es sobre hablar de la marquesina de la escuela Data. Desde el 2013 yo he estado participando en la escuela Data. Por lo regular, siempre me he enfocado en en mirar las cosas que a veces necesitan nuestras escuelas, solo que a veces no tenemos la oportunidad de entender mucho por nuestro idioma. Pero mi enfoque es en esta vez pedirles a ustedes, la mesa directiva, que consideren la marquesina para nuestra escuela. Sería algo para nuestras generaciones, porque es muy importante para nuestros padres. La mayoría es nuestra comunidad hispana, y como nuestra escuela nos representa, nos gustaría que consideraran ayudarnos a poner la marquesina. Miro varias caras aquí conocidas. He participado en algunas juntas con sus compañeros, y también les agradezco que nos estén dando la oportunidad a nosotros como padres hispanos de compartir con ustedes estas juntas y ver las necesidades que cada una de nuestras escuelas tiene. Entonces, gracias por darnos la oportunidad, y pues que nos den la oportunidad de mirar estos últimos años nueva marquesina en nuestra escuela. Gracias.
Yes, my name is Noelia Herrera. Good evening. I have two students, an 8th grader and a 2nd grader, and I'm here to represent their schools, Dara and Will Rogers. But I'm here particularly to speak about the marquee at Dara. I've been at Dara since 2013, and I've always tried to focus on things that our schools need. Sometimes it's hard for us because we don't understand due to the language barrier. But I'm here to ask of you, the board, to please consider a new marquee for our school. This is for future generations too. It's important for parents, especially for the Hispanic community. And the school represents us. And I see right now a lot of familiar faces here at the board. I've been at other meetings with some of your members. And I would also ask you to participate in our meetings at the schools so that you can learn also of the needs for those particular schools. But I thank you for allowing me to be here. And please let us have a new marquee for our schools.
That is all the public comment we have on this particular item. I do have one more for another item. Thank you.
Okay, Ryan, we'll continue with the presentation. I just wanted to make sure that we got our students home at a certain time. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Just so you know, we're going to revisit that issue when it comes up on the agenda. So you're absolutely invited to stay if you want to, but I know you do have students. But we will be discussing that later on in the agenda.
Out of respect for the two teachers we have here to comment on the board, the bond implementation plan, can we bring them up?
Go ahead. It's your show now.
No. So as part of the outreach for the audio enhancement portion of the bond implementation plan, we had two teachers from JSerra demo the system for us, and they're here to provide hopefully positive comment and feedback.
Oh, so are you talking now about the you're on a different subject?
It's the action item after this, but it ties into this because if we go back to the couple slides back, it actually ties into the PA system and the clock.
Yeah, which
here.
is.
Well, I did have a question for the board actually on this subject. Is that so? In the beginning of the agenda setting, we did change a number from 300,000 to 13.5 million. So I don't know if we want to put this up for approval with a $13.5 million change. Okay, I agree. So do we need a vote on that or just consensus? So we can just bring this back for a second read?
So the board is deciding not to take up this item tonight and bring it back at a different board meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was listed at a much
perfectly
lower
fine.
price tag.
No vote is required. You just decide to go ahead and remove it and place it on the agenda for the next time.
If I could just insert, because I think we're like between two different items right now. First things first, we, in this item, the bond implementation plan updates, part of what the board will need to consider per the request of the board was you had asked us to go out and have our people test out the technology. And so I would ask that we allow the people who waited here
Absolutely.
And tested the technology to provide their input. And then after we finish this, then perhaps we can come back and, share information, not expecting action, but still I think it's important to put the two together tonight if possible, because that way it's less information to get ahead of you, but we can come back to that next if you would. So Ryan, yeah.
Thank you, and I apologize, just want to respect our teachers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And if you can bring up, Marianne or Ryan, if you can bring up the slide that ties to their information, which was on the PA. Yeah, this is the connection between the two. Okay, thank you.
So please,
Hi,
the floor is yours.
my name is Michelle Brown, and I am a teacher at Junipero Serra School.
And I'm Allison Trigo. I'm also a teacher at Junipero Serra.
We were invited to come down to the district office and receive some training about the new possible PA systems that are going to, audio enhancement systems that are going to be put into the schools, hopefully. And we were excited to try that because being at a school that's fairly old and has, I think, original PA system, I know that the office cannot call my classroom to speak to us. They have to call using the phone. So our system is very outdated and doesn't work all over campus. Also, with having 36 students in classrooms, our voices are strained. And so when we found out that the PA system also included microphones, we were pretty stoked to get our hands on that. So Mrs. Trio and I, Allison and I, came down to the district and did about an hour and a half of demo and practice. And then we took back with us to our school site a speaker as well as the microphone. Obviously not tied-in speakers, but just a portable one. And we've had it on our campus for almost 2 weeks. And we, within an hour, it wasn't even us that were excited, it were the students. Because being able to hear our voices in the back of the classroom, it just gave an overall sense of equity on top of just, they could tell that we weren't straining ourselves and that the flow of the classroom was just going so much better. Because we do small groups and pull students one-to-one, we do have to mute a lot. And then when we go back to teaching, they're like, Mrs. Brown, you need to turn on your mic again. They just truly love it. And the thought that it can tie into our Promethean boards, which right now students in the back of the classroom can't hear. I can walk into any classroom and sync my mic right away. It just has so many benefits. In addition, the lockdown features that I'm assuming the board has had a demo, but just from a teacher's perspective, we really, really were excited about it. So excited that we have not had it in our hands for a week because all of our other teachers have been wanting to try it. And so I think 4 or 5 of our other teachers on campus have been using it as well. And overwhelmingly, everyone is happy with it. So if you have any questions for us, otherwise, we're happy to have tried it out.
I have one quick question.
Sure.
My question is with the student mic. Are you guys using it with the student mic?
I did not use the student mic. In my first 24 hours with it, I couldn't pair it. I was able to pair it for another teacher. It's a 4th grade teacher with 34 students in her classroom. My son is one of them. They do a goal growth mindset meeting every single morning, and they pass the mic. And then at the end of the day, they talk about how they hit their goals or didn't meet their goals and what they can do different, and they are eating it up. They absolutely love it. My son comes home and tells me every day.
Yeah, and I could see how it would be really useful. And I'm a classroom teacher as well. Last year, I had a student who was hard of hearing, and so I had the tower in my room, and I wore the lanyard. It was fabulous.
Yep.
But we did not use the student mic, and I'm just kind of wondering, like in the course of teaching a lesson, especially if you're talking about a classroom with like 30 students in it or even more, what is like the lag time between passing the mic around, like, oh, this person has a question over there, hand them the mic. Okay, that person has a question over there. Were you guys able to use it in kind of a setting like that, or?
I did not.
I didn't either. I thought more of it as like if a student was going to give a presentation, instead of me having to like give them what I'm wearing, like they can use that instead.
Okay, perfect. So for like a general lesson, you just continued, I mean, and that's the way I used my speaker last year is, for the most part, I mean, not that I'm like the sage on the stage, but you know, I mean, for the most part, if I'm giving a lesson, then the students need to hear that. And then the room is usually quiet, so when they're presenting, they don't necessarily need it.
Correct.
Okay, good. Because I was just wondering how that, like, handing the mic during the course of a normal lesson was going to work, but I could see how it would work during, like, community groups and things like that.
I personally, as a classroom teacher, I think I would introduce it, and then that would need to be a choice, because not everybody's going to be very comfortable holding a mic and having their voice amplified all over the classroom. So that would be something that I would have as a tool, but it wouldn't be a requirement.
Thank you very much.
A quick question. How did it help with did it help with classroom management as far as being able to move around the room and,
Yeah,
Can you explain that a
and
little
you didn't have to use like your callbacks that you're like clap
Didn't
once
have
if you
to.
can hear me, or you know, I
Lightly
just use
tap
my
the,
normal
shoulder
voice and they can hear it. Yeah.
Okay.
So
She has 36, and they're fifth grade, so she knows very well
Yeah,
how, the
it's a
difference
lot.
that it made.
yeah, when I gave it
More
up
power to
to
you.
another teacher, I'm like, can you please give it back? Because I just, you know, you felt it in your voice that I didn't have to project.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions, but I did want to just thank you. I'm sorry that you had to stay here until 9 o'clock, especially after a rainy day scheduled day. I'm sure
It's
you're like
okay.
completely
Thank you.
shot.
Thank you.
But thank you for being here and for testing it and for sharing your feedback.
Of
We really
course.
appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And as Ryan comes back to the microphone, part of why just compartmentalizing the teachers, and thank you also for dedicating your time and energy to helping us with this process. Have a good night. They're able to speak to the instructional and pedagogical implications, but part of why I just want us to pause on what was the conversation was happening before is there's an entire other side, which is the safety and communication element. Yeah. So
Well,
thank you.
and obviously from the previous announcement, I'll be leaving for another obligation, but is there a big cost difference for not having the student mic and just the teacher mic? You don't have to answer right now if you don't know, but I'm just wondering if we paid the money for all those mics and 50% of the teachers says, no, I don't need it in my class. Is there something that would just, sit in the back? Because I think in general, it's a great idea, but I don't want to pay money for something that no one's going to use.
Right. Yeah, and Ryan, before you, sorry, I didn't want to, and that's actually why I just wanted to interject earlier. That portion of the conversation is in a different item.
Yeah, no, I was
yeah.
just doing it because I'm leaving, so
Yes.
I just want to make sure that question, you can send it to me later, but
Yeah.
if I just would like to know the cost difference.
Quickly, and I can get that for you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Vice President James Forsyth will be taking over now.
Perfect.
I got the gavel.
Oh,
now.
he's got the gavel up.
Okay, so are we ready to continue on with the presentation? All right, thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to where we left off on the HVAC portion. So this is our HVAC project update. We completed 4 sites over this past summer. We're projected for 3 more for next summer. Will Rogers was originally included in the summer 2026 project list, but Will Rogers unfortunately / fortunately needs a complete electrical infrastructure upgrade, which pushes that out a few years. Just procuring the electrical gear is about 12 to 16 months. So we factor that into this timeline. Those plans are currently in DSA, as well as Loma Vista, Poinsettia, and Lemon Grove for DSA review now. So that's the only big adjustment we've made since the last presentation. The future projects will include Buenaventura HVAC in the admin buildings, Pacific, as well as VASE. As well as, I did want to mention that the units we are installing are high-efficiency heat pump units that will tie in directly to the solar initiative. So as we're going along with these campuses, we're eliminating all, or if not most, gas lines to get rid of that utility. So these are top-of-the-line, high-efficiency heat pump units. that are all Title 24 compliant. For anyone who's familiar with Title 24, it's the energy measures that California set forth. So on top of that, we have to exchange air in classrooms up to 5 times per hour post-COVID. So we get a lot of, I don't want to say complaints, but concerns that the AC or HVAC system turns on, it's just blowing air. That's because it's circulating air per Title 24. And in the air handlers of these units, we have UV lights that, in a sense, cleanse the recirculated air. So these are very complicated systems. It's not like the system if you have HVAC at your house. They're very complicated, and it takes a while to get these systems dialed in. So, but overall, it's a good initiative for the district to reduce utility bills. Yes.
Just a quick question. Earlier this evening, we had a speaker talk about the heat in the kitchens. Are we doing the kitchens in these schools as we go along as well?
Yeah, I wish we were. If we were to look at just kitchen HVAC alone, the cost is significant, just due to all the other needs that DSA would have us require. Most of our kitchens now don't have like 3-compartment sinks, grease interceptors. We would have to include all that to get up to code for HVAC. Currently, we're grandfathered into code, but estimates we were looking at were $5 to $6 million per site. So that is a huge upgrade and cost impact.
Would it be possible to move those portable AC units into kitchens?
Yeah, it would be, but those units now barely impact the classrooms. With the heat offset of the stoves and the refrigerators, as well as the air getting sucked out by the hoods, you need triple the amount of tonnage, if not more, to cool down a kitchen. And that's the big thing, is the units would have to be rooftop units. So we're talking about structural enhancements. I wish we could, in short. I think VUSD had a separate bond just for kitchen HVAC. So that's how big of these projects can get.
Yeah, we initially met with the food service director, Kara, and she brought this concern up.
Yep.
And so we got Ryan and his team involved, and just the amount of infrastructure upgrades to the fire Ansel system alone.
That's the other factor, is the fire sprinkler system, and it's just a lot. It's not just putting AC in like we are in the classrooms. So unfortunately, if it's reprioritized, we can include it, but it's a big expense.
I think it would just be helpful to have the information, right? So that when we're having that conversation, people understand that it's not a lack of desire, it's what it would cost,
Yeah.
right? And then once we know what it costs, then we can have a conversation about whether or not that can be a priority. But
sure,
we haven't seen those numbers yet.
We'll get those numbers to you.
Okay. Some example of the heat pump units or HVAC units we have installed. Playground project update. Currently, we have completed 4 sites. Portola is set to go out to bid within the next week or two for winter construction schedule. And Sheridan, EP Foster, and Sunset are currently under design now, with plans being wrapped up and getting ready for procurement of the playground equipment. We are working with Pierpont Lincoln and Will Rogers, as well as Wanda Maria. We've met with those principals, and we'll be sending out the surveys for student and staff shortly to get their feedback. We'll stick with the same community outreach that we have in the past, making sure we get as much feedback as possible from staff, students, community, teachers, anyone who wants to give us comment back. So that's really important, actually, getting that feedback, because they manage it, the kids play on it, and we're not there to make those decisions. So getting that feedback, like I said, is really important from the designer's aspect. So so far, things have been, trending well. A little bit more expensive than we initially thought with the implementation plan, but the budgets we have here, we feel comfortable. If you notice, Lemon Grove is significantly less, because we're only going to be touching the TKK playground at Lemon Grove. They just got their Rainbow Bridge replaced not too long ago. So it'd be a waste of funds to replace that playground.
At the risk of being Debbie Downer,
Yeah.
you know, we are having a conversation coming up about school closures.
Absolutely.
So I was just curious, if the board were to decide to take steps to close the school, what would happen with these, obviously if we've already built it, we've spent the money, it's there. If we're in development or if we've ordered stuff but we haven't installed it yet, what does that look like for us?
So if we take, I don't want to throw a campus around. Let's take, Sheridan Way, for example. Yeah. Let's take a school, for example, that's under design. We would be on the hook for the design aspect of it only. If we've already procured the playground equipment, we can easily place that equipment at a different site, future site. It's pretty much plug and play, and that's what we have to adjust and adapt to. Then we can. Like you said, if it's already under construction, it's kind of hard to make that decision at that point. But it mainly is just the soft cost, the architect fees.
Just a quick question on EP Foster. I know there was 2 playgrounds, and we were deciding between having 1 versus having 2, replacing 2. Did we make a decision on that? I'm just trying to think back.
Yeah, so we spoke with the site and actually went to a teacher meeting there, and they wanted to stick to 2, 1 TK and K playground, and then 5 through 12
5 through,
playground.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's budgeted here?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, some of the playgrounds that we've installed in the past year. On to high school athletics projects. As you know, we've completed the volleyball courts, as well as the Ventura High School softball improvement project. Both stadium scoreboards have been installed. Under review and under DSA review right now is the Ventura High School stadium surfacing and ADA project. That's a fairly big project just due to the topography of Ventura High School and addressing the ADA needs there. Especially on the home side bleachers, we have to do a lot of work for egress. There's only 1 ramp currently, so we'll be installing 1 more ramp on the far end, as well as staircases in the middle for emergency egress. So a lot of work needs to get done just to get that stadium up to ADA accessible compliance. Overall, the stadium itself also needs a lot of work. We found that the elevations on the track and field are undulating, so we need to smooth that out and get into a flat surface for a better surface for our student athletes. Under review, or under design, are as well as the Ventura and Buena Fieldhouse. We're kind of, I want to say put a stand on that, but we wanted to wait to see how we had to do a fault study at Ventura High School to see what the impact of that fault at Ventura High School has on the building at Ventura, and that coincides with Buena. We want to get some type of equity. We don't want to build a 20,000 square foot building at Ventura and a 5,000 square foot building at Buena. It's got to be some type of equity. So we got those results in, and we're waiting for CGS to give us a direction on how to proceed. Buena's stadium surfacing will be going out to bid this week. Rebid, I should say. If you remember last summer, we went out to bid, but it came in way over budget, so we didn't award that project. And now that we're heading towards summer, well, for me we are. I know most people aren't, but we were going to put that project out to rebid. And then the pools also are on our future project. As you can see, we greatly increased the Buena pool building. That's based off of the pools that just came out to bid at Oxnard Union High School District. Both of those pools came in about 22 to 24 million. So we put in a little bit of escalation cost in there just to factor in any unknown or unforeseen conditions. Ventura, we kind of reduced the budget there. We don't see a lot of room of expansion for the pool there, just because of the current, real estate and topography that we have and the fault issues. But the shell does need to be replaced over there, as well as the decking and significant upgrades, but Buena has the potential for being more of an aquatic center for the city rather than Ventura. So we want to put more funds at Buena to build a bigger facility, if you will.
One of my questions was regarding the pools. Excuse me. I know you've talked about the escalating prices the longer we wait. So I was a little bit curious as to why we have listed both of the pools just as a future project with no plans at this time to get them moving forward.
Good question. We're, a little over 2 years into the bond, or since I've been here, about a year and a half. We wanted to make sure we built a solid foundation with the projects, smaller projects, if you will, and make sure that we have the pulse of the community before we put out these $25, $30 million projects. It's a collaborative effort from, in my opinion, from the executive staff to the board members, making sure that, we do the right community outreach. It's a big effort. And to start that on top of a $40 million solar project, it was a lot to consider. We wanted to move on it fast, but ultimately we wanted to make sure that we built, like I said, the foundation of the bond moving forward. During the last year and a half since I've been the bond program manager, we've been building the plane as we're flying it, building my team, and they've been doing a great job. So they're coming up. To further answer your question, if we were to push up the pool projects, that means we're pushing back other projects. So the escalation is either at this project or at that project. So that's the best I can answer that.
No, that's fair. I was just, when I see a price tag that big, knowing it's only going up, I'm like, come on, get us some pools.
Yeah. No, I understand. The sites can only handle so much. And working with Laurel and the summer programs, we can only be at so many places at one time. And even when we're looking at the pool projects, we can't do both pools at once. We have to displace one school to go to the other. And it's a lot to plan and organize. And like I said, it would have been a huge undertaking to attack that project first, on top of the solar initiative.
I had concerns about the price, and then I had a little bit of concern about something you said. So, you said, that at Bueno it has the possibility of being more of an aquatic center for the community. And that, I support having community access to our facilities. That has been a sticky point, right? So, I'm concerned about framing it in that way if we're not actually going to follow through on it, right? So I just, we're spending $30 million on a pool. If the plan that we're basing that price tag on is something other than a pool our kids need to play, water polo and swimming, then that's a conversation we should have before we budget a $30 million community pool, right? Because that's a conversation we should be having with the city and the community.
Absolutely.
So that's just a question.
Before the conversation gets too far, that's exactly why Ryan is saying we're not ready. Like that conversation hasn't been had. Yeah. We haven't gotten even to the design elements. Part of what Ryan isn't sharing is in the evaluative portion. If you look at let's just focus on the Buena pool, for example. If you're looking at this price tag, it's almost $10 million more than the Ventura High School pool. At some point, you reach a point of diminishing returns when you're looking at, well, then what kind of pool are we going to build when you pass a certain point? And those are the conversations that we're at, which is we are prepping for a conversation to bring back to the board about there is a level of investment, and once you pass a particular point of investment, you can really look at a different kind of project because you're already there. So that's where we are. Yeah, we're not ready.
Let me just clarify that this aquatic center, what he's referring to, there's never been any talks as of right now, to partner with the city. This aquatic center is for our students. It's not for the community.
Yeah, but as we know, that would require extensive conversations with the city if that were to be the case. And I'm very happy with some of the initial conversations we've had on lesser issues. This would be a major communication process. And I just want to also add, since I'm talking anyway, one of the other things that as we delay, if you look at the Ventura High School Stadium process, like Initially, we were super hyped about that, and then when Ryan's team got into it, that got pulled back almost immediately when we looked at how extensive it is. So the balancing of the projects is exactly what Ryan's trying to do. We can only take on so many large projects at a time and do them well to the degree that they need to be done.
And about the future project of the Aquatic Center, it'd be helpful to understand. I think the big issue with pools is their maintenance, right?
Absolutely.
So it would be helpful to know that at least a ballpark number.
And that would be part of the exercise, is figuring out the operating costs for the different size of pools, the manpower needed, chemicals needed, and whatnot. Even figuring out what type of pool cover to install. Whether it's electric or someone's going to do it. These are very, very complicated projects. So, and I would be remiss without saying we also want to support our foothill athletes as well. So, that could be, I think they're going to Kimball Park now. So that could be opportunity for them to go here. I'm saying a lot, but it's just things that go through my head when we're doing future planning. Some of the projects we have completed. Okay, fire alarm project. This is another future project where I haven't fully wrapped my head around. These are basically funds that were in the long-range master plan that were translated to the implementation plan. I know that we don't see a cost in for Buena. I quite honestly, I don't know why. I know our current fire alarm systems are working, but I'd have to dive deep into with our facilities team, as well as Integrated Fire, who services our fire alarms, to see what area of needs are priority, what area of needs are just fine, and there's no reason to invest any money in those campuses. Like I said, quite frankly, I haven't dove deep into this project list yet. These projects can get quite extensive if we go to DSA. As Hassan mentioned, we'd have to look at ancillary systems. They can get pretty expensive. So we have $33 million set aside, but I don't know the extent of our fire alarm. I know they're operating, but I don't know the extent of the degradation or what sites are priority. Some numbers that jump out are EP Foster, 4.2 million. Again, these were projects identified in a long-range master plan, 20 years ago. So,
and I know we're going to be talking about this soon, but the EP or the PA system.
Yes.
And how these fire alarms would tie into that.
Future, yeah.
And future would, but not
yes.
current.
Not current. Current is, it's standalone systems. But when we get to that portion, which I believe is the next slide, that's the one big, huge benefit of audio enhancement is the future tie-ins to technology and streamlining, that operation.
Sure. Thank you.
But as we get more information on this fire alarm and the status of each site, that would give the board the direction, really, to look at, do these systems need to be replaced at these current sites, or would give you guys the opportunity to look at projects that could be added or reprioritized based on the need. There may be some sites that don't need replacement of fire alarms, and there may be, so that way you could take those costs off of this list and then look at other projects that the board wants to undertake.
Okay. All right, come full circle. So PA Master Clock project update. So since we've last met, audio enhancement as well as the bond team walked every site to include any and all incidental costs. That way for future work, we can minimize change order work as best as we can. These costs do include remediation if we come across that for abatement of hazardous material. Every single one of these sites will be procured through CMAS agreement, which includes labor. I've included the CMAS agreement for your viewing pleasure as part of the attachments. So basically, some of the board members did, come through and see the system live and in action, and we think for future proofing, it's the right system for the district. The cherry on top is the voice amplification. but we can get down just the bare nuts of the security enhancements and the future tie-ins to Raptor systems, shot detection, vape detection. It's all integrated or can be integrated through this system. So that's really why we chose it. Not to reiterate on the past board presentation, but they dive into just K through 12 only. That's all these audio enhancement lives in. Where the other their competitors that we've met with, they're into military industrial works, and they don't have the future capabilities that audio enhancement has. So that's why we ultimately selected audio enhancement. So
can I just add in, if you look at Will Rogers, that $390,040.59, that's what was misprinted on the next item for approval instead of that total. And so just wanted to clarify that. The total for the entire district is 13.8 million. Instead, what was printed on the agenda was typed in as just for Will Rogers, the 390,000.
So I do have a question about that. I know when we did the presentation originally, we had talked about the potential to break it down into more of an a la carte kind of a menu. So one of the things we had talked about is, sorry, I was making notes. The PA, so not necessarily the in-class systems, but more of the safety and emergency kind of things. The PAs, the fire, the clocks, all those things. So is this 13, almost 14 million, is that for the bare bones system?
No.
Or this would be?
That's all inclusive, their top of the line system.
So what would be the price then for the basic?
The basic doesn't offer the security enhancement that really what we were looking at. It's essentially, and I brought audio enhancement here to provide more detail, but it's essentially the voice amplification and the server or the amplifier system only. That was considered.
Ryan, let me stop.
If you want to bring up
put that slide up, the if needed slide. This would be a good. This would be it's needed.
Yeah, because in the presentation that was posted for the agenda item, there was only this one price, right? And when we saw this item last time, the board had, I thought, pretty specifically said, we want options. We don't want just what does it cost for the whole thing, but what are the different ways we could potentially, are there cheaper versions where we could build on it and not pay 14 million the first time?
Yeah, I missed. I apologize. I didn't note that. So we can come back and get you those numbers since this won't be an action item tonight for review on the second view. But if you can, just kind of provide your level of expertise on what the best, better, and good options are. And this is, the options we evaluated. And I'll let the experts speak to what the different options provide.
Yeah, absolutely. Good evening, Dr. Castro, I'm Board of Trustees. So we did break down, when we provided the proposals, we did break down costs for good, better, and best. And so on this breakdown, you kind of look at what is happening inside the classroom as well as on campus-wide. And so bottom set of data, the bottom matrix is classrooms of the future equipment, and the top set is the 21st century campus equipment. And so a lot of our solution, the way our solution has come about, it did start in the classroom. Our mission has always been to empower the optimal learning environment in classrooms. And by working with school districts for 30 plus years, about 15, 20 years ago, districts helped us devise a solution that was campus-wide. And so utilizing the same infrastructure that's in the classroom, the speakers, that just like a PA speaker goes inside every classroom, we're leveraging that same infrastructure to provide the daily benefits to the teachers. And so by adding the microphones in the teacher, not only allows them that daily educational benefit, but also gives them that wearable safety alert system that coincides with it. the board president had asked earlier if there was, a slight differential in pricing with like the handheld microphone to be included. We could absolutely provide that data, but yeah, so just kind of across the board. So even looking at best, better, and good. Best case is, again, we had our field engineer and project managers walk each and every site and provide our expert opinion on the way that we would best recommend solutions deployed. And then from there, we've just, again, hearing the board maybe 2 months ago, have provided some other items where every in the critical areas, that's kind of like the jump from the best to the better, is the two-way intercom in critical areas. And that was us seeing that there was like an older existing intercom system in counselors' rooms and work break rooms. And so the best case would be is us providing that where it used to be and is now defunct, and providing that and making it operational again. That was from feedback from some of the principals that had kind of mentioned that was a system that used to be in place and no longer is there. You heard from some of the teachers that they don't have any two-way intercom now. And so, yeah, so basically stepping all the way back to good would essentially just be providing one-way PA system and checking that, global box, as well as being able to tie into the phone system and covering the outdoors.
So, but it says on the bottom, it says classrooms of the future equipment. That includes a two-way intercom system with just good.
Correct. Into the classroom, it would still have that, but across the campus, there's areas that it would not include that two-way system.
So I think it would, in addition to this, it would be helpful to understand when we say classroom of the future, what does that mean versus 21st century campus equipment? Like, what are those spheres talking about? And give some examples of what that looks like in practice.
Okay, we'll do that.
Cool. Thank you.
So we'll provide that additional information.
And if it's okay with the board, we could have a break at 9:45. That's okay? Yeah.
I'm almost done, so. Next up is our security camera. I know I'm taking all of Greg's thunder.
Ryan, but just so I understand, so we're talking about for the fire alarm stuff, the $33 million. That's with or without these. Without the school systems. So either way, we would have to do a full fire alarm system, even if we had site-wide PA systems that could do alerts. Two separate things. Okay, and then go to your next slide.
Just with the caveat of what Hassan said, that these are estimates and we may not need to do that at each site. Right.
Yeah, it depends which site needs and most need for the fire alarm upgrade. Once we get really dive deep into what systems need to be replaced and not, that $33 million doesn't have to come to fruition, full $33 million.
And I know you have a very full plate, and so this is not meant as a criticism, but when would you think you would have time to have an assessment of whether or not we need fire alarm systems at all of those sites?
I'll be quite honest with you. We had fire alarm as a higher priority up until about 4 or 5 months ago, when the PA and security enhancement got reprioritized to pretty high up. So it's just one of those living document things where priorities are shifting. It's on our pulse right now.
Because it really depends, right? Like if we're talking about $33 million for the fire alarm system, which clearly we want our sites to be safe. Like
Absolutely,
we don't want fires to be, festering someplace where we don't know about them. But also, if we can say shave $6 million off of that, it makes it a lot easier to then go for a nicer model on the PA system that has more kind of bells and whistles for safety than if we're spending 33 million and trying to trim other places so that we can extend these dollars as far as possible.
Yeah, I agree. The fire alarm is probably the only line item where I haven't really dove into, like I have with the other priorities.
And Sabrina, from my recollection, I think Ryan will get you the exact numbers. The difference between the best system at 13.8 million to the middle to the lowest, I think it was a $700,000 difference from the middle to the next step with the highest level, and it was like a $1 million difference from the lowest to the highest.
So that was my question.
Yeah.
So this almost 14 million, this would be for the best everything.
Yeah,
So
when evaluating those costs, and we'll share them with you next time, is, again, Bond throws around big numbers, but it's like $700,000 more for the Cadillac. Yes. Yeah, it just made sense. Again, we throw around big numbers like 13.9 million and $30 million pools, but when Bond is gone, we want to make sure that we provide as much technology and site improvements as we can, because these are one-time funds, and we don't want to look back and be like, oh.
But at the same time, technology changes so fast that when we talk about, we're going to spend 13 million on this because, right now it's the cutting edge and we want to make sure we have the cutting edge. And then 5 years from now, it's no longer cutting edge. So,
If I could just interject, I completely agree. Technology is changing all the time. That said, the technology that was put into our schools years ago, we are still using. So talking about how quickly technology changes, yes, that's a fact. But how fast technology changes in schools is a completely separate conversation, which is why I just wanted to add one of the reasons, and obviously we're going to bring this back, one of the reasons that we wanted to invest in that because of that distinction is because of the feedback with VPD. Of all of the things that they were talking about that we could do better, our ability to communicate in real time during emergencies was at the top of their list. That would also help keep our schools safe. So that was that trade-off. And I just want to come back, I know we've spent a lot of time on the microphone and the instructional pedagogical side. That was kind of like the extra, because at the time we were also talking about creating these classrooms that work for all students. That wasn't the original reason that we started that. That was the add-on. So I just wanted to be clear about that. The reason that we spent so much time investing in this was on the safety element.
Yeah, I just figured if the teachers were here, this was my chance to ask them.
Agreed. Yes,
so.
agreed.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sorry, one last question on this.
Sure.
So again, sort of same thing. We're in the process of talking about closures.
Yeah.
If we make a purchase and we buy a bunch of stuff, are we able to scale back?
Yeah, so we're open and candid with the audio enhancement on that portion alone. So that's why we broke it out per site. We wouldn't buy all the equipment district-wide in one shot. We would buy them as, kind of like the security cameras, buy them as we go. So the way the PO would be structured is to outline and detail site by site. That way, if, a school I won't mention that we don't know about, it decides to be, decommissioned or whatever, we can just simply pull that off the PO. Yeah. So that's why we have all this detail on site by site analysis, and we would structure it that way as well. And again, if we're in the transition of having those discussions, the material at Montalvo is going to be the same at AP Foster, so we just transition that stuff to another school.
But essentially, you're estimating about 18 months.
18 plus months to install district-wide.
Yeah.
It'd be done during off hours at night, and then taking advantage of the breaks as we can. Okay. Security camera project update. Since I put this together, we've completed, I believe, 2 or 3 more sites. We're down to the last few sites, and then we'll be done with district-wide cameras. So a lot of work, 800 to 900 cameras, I believe, district-wide. So again, The rhombus cameras we installed will tie in directly to the audio enhancement technology. So we made good progress. Shout out to the IT team who has helped us along the way as well. Exterior painting project, we kind of touched on this earlier in the beginning of the presentation. But these are the costs that, that we saw across the county, and just kind of plug these in. They're actually a little bit higher than what we saw, just to cover ourselves. I'd rather make sure we're covered than not. So, again, if we're not to that stage yet, we're going to start planning and doing these projects anytime soon, probably within the next year or two. So, as we continue to provide updates, we can discuss this more. And then other future facility projects that are in the queue. Buena Culinary modernization, that was kind of elevated to a project that was in dire need just based off the existing conditions. We're just to finish the development phase with the teacher and site staff, so plans should be underway fairly soon. Ventura High School Performing Arts Center upgrades. That was that was budgeted, the initial implementation plan, but as a separate project. Walking the site and seeing the condition of the rigging, the lighting, and the electrical, immediate upgrades need to be made. So we elevated that to pretty high. We're in the budgeting phase as that as well. Ventura High School demo burned buildings. That's, again, future project that we haven't even really discussed yet, but it's something we want to make sure we get those buildings off of our campus.
Just a little, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh.
Shannon.
Paper, rock, scissors.
I know, right? Okay, so I just had back to the Performing Arts Center at VHS. And again, I was just there over the weekend. And so are we including also the small theater?
No.
No.
Budget.
Okay.
Yeah. The electrical needs and the rigging is extensive and expensive. So we're scoping now. We're trying to include as much as we can. Originally, we started out as a modernization with seats and ADA compliance. We had to de-scope some stuff. We did look at the black box in the back. I can spend $5 million there. Unfortunately, it's a beautiful building, but if you look at the floor, it's actually at a concave, which does not meet any ADA requirements. So to answer your question, no. Yeah.
Okay, and then my other question, and I was just there Sunday, which...
the right answer.
Yeah.
By the way, go see the fall play at VHS. It was great.
Yeah.
But the other question is, obviously that building is really old.
Yeah.
And my question is, have we also included for like asbestos and lead and all of...
Yeah, that'll all be included as part of the contract to the contractor. So we do all the testing for abatement. We see what material is hot and what's not. We provide a detailed outline remediation process to the contractor, and they're responsible for that remediation. That price will be included as part of this. Again, that's part of the scoping we're going through now is how much can we squeeze out of that 5.6 million.
Unrelated to that, I was just going to say that the art teacher has been using the new pad from where those buildings were torn down at Ventura High School, and they're getting very attached to it, so you should put the solar in soon.
We're trying.
Because she keeps saying, like, this is great. It's like an outdoor classroom. I can bring kids here. And so you just need to put the solar in soon, otherwise she's going to be like, it's mine.
I've seen it used as a parking lot, a turnaround area, yeah.
Okay, so one last question about the Performing Arts Center.
Mm-hmm.
So, a lot of these projects I hear, it's like, oh, well, we had to increase that amount. Well, we had to increase that amount.
Mm-hmm.
So why are we not increasing the Performing Arts Center if it needs it?
It's...
Ryan, if I could interject real quickly. Part of when we say needed, there was on backing up quite some time, there were like safety related issues that were very unexpected. and we needed to address those. It was unequivocal, not a choice. We needed to address them in the update. But I want to go back to part of the reason that we're bringing this update to you is for this feedback, to get a sense of like, oh, what's piquing your interest? Because as Ryan goes through the evaluation, as he evaluates the feasibility of the pools, like, are we actually going to spend that much? The alarm systems, we're talking about millions of dollars. And so as we hear this feedback from the board, you're kind of just pinging us in terms of what are some of the things that are, that stand out as priorities. So we will continue, this is iterative, we will continue to bring these back to you, and we will have updates to see this is how that's shifting. We're obviously not going to spend a lot of time on this too, but the modernization reimbursement funds, like that's on the horizon. We haven't even talked about that. We know that that's years away, but we can plan for that. We can plan for 7-8 years when we start to get millions of dollars back, where how the board would want that prioritized. So this is an ongoing iterative conversation, and everything that you're sharing with us is valuable. So please keep doing it.
Okay, we got the pink break sign up, so we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break and come back at about, what time is it? 9:55. Alrighty, we're back from our break, and we're going to continue on with our facility bond project update.
Out of the request of Dr. Bayless, you wanted me to go over and start from the beginning. So, yeah, exactly. All right, let's go ahead and continue. These are the other facility projects that we have completed over the course of the last about year and a half. So this is included in the overall budget as well. And then finally, to hopefully our last slide is our state matching funds update. So what you see here is our current list of projects that are approved or under review through CDE. We continue to evaluate all projects and potential funds with our consultant CLC. That's what they specialize in. So right now we're all eligible for approximately $47.5 million through 2025. As I mentioned before in past presentations, the one benefit of not having a bond or a lot of capital improvements over the last 20 years is these funds reset over 20 years. So by 2029, we'll be eligible for approximately $93 to $96 million of state matching funds. So this is a huge priority for us. We continue to evaluate and push projects through to CDE and OPCS to get these funds back to us. As Dr. Castro stated in the past, that we don't want to start spending these funds because we don't have them yet. We don't know when we're going to get them, but we know at least we're in line to get them. So, if we get these funds past the bond, at least we know, the bond set up future capital improvement projects. That's it. Any questions?
Alrighty. Any questions from the board? No additional questions. Okay. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate your presentation.
Sure.
And just a shout out to the voters. Thank you so
Yes.
much for, these much needed funds, as you can see. Thank you. Alrighty. So we're going to go ahead and turn back to, let's see. So we're, and I just want to confirm, and the 14D2, we're going to go ahead and bring that back, correct? Okay. Alrighty, so we're going to head into conference items. The first conference item is superintendent, and that is the board's survey update. Now, our president, Calvin Peterson, would like us to bring this back for a read because he wasn't emailed the survey results. So if it's okay for the board, we can return this back at another time.
Yeah, given that our board policy requires a vote to extend the meeting at 10, and it's 10, I would request that we only do anything that's of like an urgent nature, and then
Sure.
Call it.
Okay, so should we go ahead and extend it to 10:30? Okay, 10:30.
Board Vice President, just to give you an update, when we've done this in the past, they've wanted to know this for item 15B1. Is Brian still here? Brian? Forget what I was about to say. We had a public comment. They've left. Thank you.
So we'll bring back the board survey update, and then we will skip the inclusive practice update, or are we doing that?
We can bring that
I know
back.
Neil's been sitting back there, so I do apologize. Yeah, if it's okay with the board, we'll go ahead and skip, or I'm sorry, not skip, bring back B1 of the inclusive practices. And then we'll just move to the consent.
And if we could just take that vote very quickly?
Oh, we got to take the vote. Thank you.
Do we have a motion and a second?
Oh, motioning to, yes, I'll motion to extend the meeting.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
And that's extended to 10:30, just to recap. Okay, if it's okay with the board, we're going to go ahead and move to consent items. Now, there was two that were asked to be pulled. That was A1, which is the consideration of the Poinsettia Elementary School mural project, and A3, which is consideration of the Data Middle School marquee. So is there any other items that we wish to pull? If not, we could go ahead and take a motion on the non-pulled items and just get those out of the way. If that's okay, or should we go ahead and do the pull? I'm kind of.
I move to approve
Yes.
all the items except 16A1 and 16A3. And pull them for discussion.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second, but I actually, yes, I'll second.
As follows, Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries as amended.
And my confusion was just, there was a field trip that I couldn't find, but then I found it, so it's fine. So with A1, which I requested to pull, Dr. Castro, I did, I shared with you, generally speaking, school murals, like unless they're like objectionable, I wouldn't weigh in on. I don't think the board would typically weigh in on, but I was a little, I don't know, surprised to see that in the bathroom we were doing something different for boys and girls. And I just thought, well, I trust the PTA and the principal to have those conversations. I just wanted to voice that it was disappointing to see that, like, we're telling boys to be kind and we're telling girls to be brave. I want boys to be brave and kind, and I want girls to be brave and kind. And, like, to me, sort of setting those narratives up in elementary school when we really want children to see all of their capabilities and all of what is possible for them bothered me. So I'm not going to vote against it. It just, I think we can set a better example than that. So.
Thank you. And as you know, we're not actively involved in those conversations. They come to us, but we can provide that feedback. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to approve that consent item, right? Or do we have to take them all at once?
You can take them one at a time.
Okay.
I move to accept the consideration of Poinsettia Elementary School mural project.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, consent item number 3, the Data Middle School marquee.
So I have some prepared remarks in this regard that I'd just like to read. I've been attending the meetings at Data on this topic since last year when my daughter was a student there. As my fellow trustees are aware, this item came to us last spring without school site council support due to changes in the school site council bylaws. And we sent it back to get more stakeholder feedback. Since the project was not resolved by the end of the 24-25 school year, the $20,000 was rolled back to Deanza for this school year. I have been opposed to the new school site council bylaws for exactly this reason. School site councils are made up of parents, teachers, staff, and students. But the new school site council bylaws strip them of their right to vote on items just like this. And it gives full decision-making authority to only one person, the principal. The board has given clear directives that principals must seek authentic input from stakeholders prior to making budgetary decisions. During this school year, the marquee was presented to parents at the first PTSA meeting on September 10th and ELAC on September 11th as being the only option in order to use the $20,000. When it was presented as such at the September 17th school site council meeting, I was present and able to clarify that the dollars were not required to be spent on a new marquee. In fact, they're unrestricted and can be spent on any number of items. Seriously, if our chronically absent kiddos said that a petting zoo in the quad would get them to school every day, we could theoretically buy a llama. However, 2 weeks later, at a special school site council meeting on October 1st, the principal was reticent to entertain alternative uses for the money and was even opposed to pausing the project for a few weeks while parents followed a possible workaround to get Wi-Fi for the existing sign. She announced that she had already decided to move forward with the marquee and it would appear on our agenda tonight. Subsequent to that announcement, on October 8th and 9th at the PTSA and ELAC meetings, she presented results from a survey that she created for students and teacher input. To begin with, the survey did not have an option for not wanting the marquee. Still, according to her own slideshow, students were overwhelmingly neutral or opposed, and teachers were split in thirds, lukewarm results at best. All along, parents have expressed similar concerns with students and teachers. Will the new marquee be bigger? No, it will not. Will the new marquee be in a more visible location? No, it will not. Can the money be spent on other school needs? Yes, it can. The ELAC parents were most supportive of the marquee in general, and they brought wonderful suggestions, all of which can already be accomplished with the existing marquee. ¿Puede el mensaje estar en español? Sí. Can it have events shared up to a month in advance? Yes. Can it include meeting dates, early release dates, and special events? Yes. Can we include student honors and birthdays? Yes. In fact, I'd like very much to thank Ms. Cruz for the gorgeous graphics that she created last week. They were incredibly impressive. I had planned on sharing a video clip just to show everyone how fabulous they were, but that was not possible this evening. I do recognize that it took considerable time to set up, but I want to remind everyone that this is De Anza Academy of Technology and the Arts. We have 12-year-olds creating wireless harps that play music using lasers. I am sure they can create graphics for the marquee. In fact, some students in the survey suggested that making this a student-led project would actually improve awareness and interest in the sign. Furthermore, we have many passionate parents, especially those living near the school, that have found great value in keeping it updated, and I'm sure that we can get parent support with updates, especially if we can get our grounds crew to trim the bush under the sign. During this year, we have called for an increased level of transparency and community engagement, and I just want to say that this is not it. Attempts to engage stakeholders have been disingenuous and inauthentic. And had this sign been approved by school site council, we would be in an entirely different situation. For that reason, I'm also requesting that we bring the topic of school site council bylaws back to the board as an action item in the near future.
Okay, anybody else have any questions, concerns reading? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, not a question necessarily. I had reached out to you during the last few days about the process. And when we talked about school site council bylaws, my concern was process, right? And I think, well, two things. One, it bothers me that we're spending so much time on a $20,000 expenditure that at the end of the day, I don't really care about, right? Like, I mean, we have signs all over our schools. I don't have a strong opinion about this sign or some other sign or what it looks like or where it goes. I have a strong opinion about process and about stakeholder buy-in. And I think it was wonderful to hear from our ELAC parents about the value that having a strong communications sort of platform has for them, for the community. What's disappointing is that I feel like the way all of this has been framed and carried out has pitted families against one another, and that's exactly what we were not trying to do by creating better systems. So that's, for me, that is the issue. Unfortunately, it comes under the heading of, school marquee. I don't have a strong opinion about the marquee itself. I have a strong opinion about the process, and I think in this case, the process was deeply flawed.
Jerry, do you have any comments? I agree. I think this pitting a school within a school is not ideal. This is not what we are as a district. And I really do appreciate our ELAC parents coming here. That took a lot of bravery, to be honest. As I attend the DLAC here at the district as a board representative, I hear a lot of, the issues of speaking another language and not speaking the language that is of the district, right? And so getting your voice heard is it's a challenging thing. So coming here today, I really commend the parents for doing that. I love that they made their voices heard. And it's unfortunate that this political climate, we can't hear from all of them, right? And that's deeply, that makes me very sad and very angry that our parents are being left out because of the current political climate and not feeling like their voices are being heard. I think this marquee has become a flashpoint of a deeper issue. I think, we've heard from our data parents, whether they like it or not, the issue is equity comes back to me. I mean, I will like to approve the marquee and handle the process in two different settings. That's where I'm at. If we can have this equity, have this communication tool, and still address some of the inequities and have that conversation about school site council, I would love for that to happen.
I guess, James, I do have a comment. When we talk about doing it that way, I like that. But the idea of, if we're going to bring back the school site councils, one of the things that I need to know is this the only school that's having problems with the new bylaws? And are the new bylaws because some people aren't getting what they want, or, I don't know what all the issues are, but there's a lot of issues to be discussed around that. But I do like the idea of separating the two issues.
I didn't want to interrupt, but I wanted to share. I'll start with the last comment first. So far, this issue is a residual from last year that predated the conversation with bylaws. And so this is something that's continued since last year. I don't think tying this process to the bylaws, just as you said, is really the heart of the issue, because if it were the bylaws, we would be seeing this replicated across the district. So I don't, addressing the bylaws as the issue, I think there's something else going on, and if we wind back the clock even before like you said, the flashpoint of the marquee, we've actually had some other flashpoints at this site too. And I think there are deeper issues that we need to give due attention to. There are distinctions between deep-rooted issues of what different family members value at this school. We heard it tonight with the ELAC. There are family members that staff are advocating for those families about what they think is right. There are other families that are thinking we would rather see those resources used in different ways. So I think the conversation around the bylaws is really not necessarily at the heart of the issue, because otherwise we would see that problem replicated across the district. I do acknowledge the fact that we are seeing a distinction of a school within a school, and what that looks like when there are disagreements about how resources can and should be used at that site. And that's, in my opinion, that's really where we need to continue to give attention to how we're helping parent groups work together, how we're helping facilitate those conversations when we disagree about the utilization of funds. I think the root issue is actually something that came up when we were addressing credentialing and programs last year. There has been division in how we've approached that, and you know that we've, as a staff, continue to provide some support. So we're not through that yet. Those of you who've been at DATA have seen the progress in those areas around the academy. We're progressing. We're not where we need to be yet, but we're progressing. So I think this is one more incident that is reflective of a broader issue at DATA. So I think that's, I appreciate the conversation. So there are things that we do continue to need to address, and we are continuing to address them. Yeah.
So I would disagree that it's not tied back to the bylaws, because for me, that is the crux of the issue. If the community were able to come together and school site council, which again is made up of a variety of parents, one of which Ms. Pajara was here this evening, and she spoke at the school site council in order to bring the input from ELAC to school site council. If school site council, she's on school site council, if school site council, we had a student who spoke against it, we had a parent who spoke for it, we had a variety. And I feel that if school site council was given the opportunity to vote on this, that they could have resolved this issue and we would not be dealing with it. So I feel that by not allowing school site council to vote on this, because it is not under their new purview, under the new bylaws, that is the reason why we are dealing with it, instead of school site council having an opportunity to have these authentic conversations within their own group.
I don't disagree with the premise that school site councils are a place where the disagreements are playing out. I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is the reason that I don't think there's an issue with the bylaws is, even though the process isn't comfortable, it's actually working, which is the fact that people are expressing their opinions. You have a principal and some staff, right? Not all. So there were muted support for it from students, some muted support from some staff members. But the process is working in that the people who are strongly advocating for a particular parent and student group are doing that. Now, does that mean that in these issues, when we have kind of a school within a school, that it is always going to work out? It's not. But then it comes to the board, and then the board, given its governance authority, has the ability to say, we feel strongly enough that we're not going to approve, and you have that right tonight to not approve it, and then it worked. Or we feel that, yeah, there are disagreements, but those disagreements need to continue to play out at the site, so we approve it. But what I don't see is, given the root cause issues, which is that we are aware of and we've already talked about, I don't see us, if we adjust school site council bylaws, one, it has a ripple effect across the district that I've expressed strong opinions on. That's a separate issue. But what I don't see is it actually addressing this underlying issue. That's what I'm saying. That is not going to address the robust and very significant conversations that will take place at school site councils. It will not replace the strong feelings that the ELAC families, some of whom were here tonight, voiced. In my opinion, it will not address the root issues of how do we spend money, in particular as we look at in the future. And I've shared this with, I'm going to opine a little bit now, if I haven't already been. We talked at our last principals meeting, as a district, we are fortunate to be like one of the quote-unquote winners under supplemental and concentration funds. We're fortunate. These exact conversations played out years ago in some of the districts where they were immediate losers under LCFF. As we go forward, we will anticipate more of these conversations, which is when we start needing to have substantive disagreements. It used to be we would have those disagreements over $200,000. Now we're going to start having those disagreements over $20,000, $10,000. So that's why I'm saying I don't feel that it's the bylaw issue, as important as it is, and I don't want to be dismissive of how important those bylaws are. What I'm saying is the reason that I don't think in this case it addresses that underlying issue. There is a broader conversation about who makes decisions about who gets what, And that is a conversation that plays out differently on different campuses in different ways. And because of the composition of data, and we heard from very different elements of our community, people who choose to come to data because it is data, who don't necessarily have the backgrounds and affiliations of families who grew up along the avenue, but they're still choosing to be there. That is something that we need to continue to cultivate and nurture. And I don't think in this case, as I've said a couple times already, the solution is in the bylaws. The solution is in investing in that process. And we are new in that process because we've asked that community to shoulder a lot over the last 12 months. That we've asked them to endure a lot, and this is another residual of those issues, in my opinion.
Vice President Forsyth, if I could, I just wanted to offer one technical truth that sometimes gets lost in this conversation. It is required by law that a school site council and ELAC sign off on the SIPSA, in the same way that by law the DLAC at the district level has to sign off on the LCAP. That's not a feature that we talk a lot about in this conversation when we're talking about school site councils, but even prior to the bylaw change, when school site councils were signing off on all the budgets, independent of whether or not they were included in the single plan, the SIPSA, the ELAC also had to sign that. So in one view, I'm not sure that when there's a disagreement between ELAC at a site and the school site council at a site, the old bylaws would have resolved that. That's just simply not true, because both groups had to independently sign off on the single plan. So just something to offer.
But, well, I shouldn't say but, and I think, Dr. Bayless, what you highlight is kind of what, for me, is the issue here, right? Like, when we had the conversation about bylaws and about particularly our school site plan expenditures, site leadership really matters in those conversations. And when we approved the Elmhurst sign at the last meeting, I think it was the last meeting, I don't know, my brain gets fuzzy, but I kind of chuckled, hey, we can actually approve signs, right? Well, and what I didn't tell you all is that I had actually reached out to some of the members who are on that school site council to ask what was the conversation, right? How did the site leader, demonstrate that this was a value? And so heard about the conversation that was had in order to bring people together, because not everyone was initially in favor of spending money on a sign, right, in this climate. That's the part that's hard for me in this, right, is that I think, unfortunately, there is the need to have meaningful conversation around these things to get people on board, and that's hard, and it takes time, and there's all sorts of other things happening at the same time, and there has been a lot of sort of stuff going on. But that's for me the hard stop, is that conversation, like building consensus, even if you don't need their approval, if you don't need their signature on, building that consensus builds community. It builds, connection. It bridges those divides, and that's the work that hasn't been done.
Yeah, I'll just add, I wouldn't, for me, I wouldn't frame it in the work that hasn't been done. It's the work that is being done, and we are at the very beginning stages of what that looks like, and we're stumbling. That's where we are, and we're committed to continuing to support the site administration and working with some families, you know who we're talking about, who have some very divergent opinions about what this school should focus on, and that is the issue. So yeah, I don't disagree. That is the underlying issue.
Okay, so in the spirit of separating the issues, right, between the marquee and also finding that common ground, bringing that, I'm sure you're going to want to bring that back. So maybe we can have a vote on this consent item. And then when we get to our agenda, future agenda items, that'll be something that we can add, get a date down, and have a more robust conversation, and allow the district to have more interactions and provide more support, I guess. And then we'll see where we're at. If that's okay with the board, I think that might be the best option.
Are you suggesting we not take action on this tonight?
No, we do take action.
Okay.
I'm just saying let's put this to rest. Right.
The second part of what Shannon was saying is we talk about that.
At another.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and we put it on the agenda, though, on the future agenda.
With that, I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
No.
Trustee Rodriguez?
No.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Okay, motion fails 2-2.
Vice President Forsythe will need to re-extend the meeting if you want to continue, as it's just about
I
time.
think we should, we can only extend it once, unfortunately, right?
Technically, yes, but
We have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay, we could do it in 2 minutes. So is there anything else we need to discuss in 2 minutes? Or should we go ahead and take a motion for adjournment?
One thing I want to share real quick. Last night, I represented this board on the school district governing board's representatives to elect members to the Ventura County Committee on School District Organization. And for those that don't know what that is, basically, every supervisory district has 2 representatives that are appointed by the committee that I was on representing the district. And in this year, there are only 2 of the 5 supervisory districts that had people up for nomination. They weren't our district. We're in Area 1. It was in Area 4 and 5. And so we elected new members to those areas to represent those areas. And it comes up every year. This committee. Arlie Kidd and Robert Perez for Supervisory District 4. And then, because they were just actually re-elected. And then Steve Marshall and Daisy San Pablo were elected for Area 5.
I would just add before our last few seconds are up, if you have not seen the Ventura High School fall play, The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime, you still have one more weekend to do it. It was fabulous. So I move to adjourn.
A second.
Follows Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe? Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
10:30 on the dot.